The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular City Council meeting for January 26, 2021 is now in session. Mayor Pro Tem Scott will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Shall we bow our heads? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this day that you have made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you, God, for our many blessings, and most of all that we have the privilege of living in a country where we're free to worship as we please, where we are free to express our opinions without fear of reprisal or recrimination from our neighbors, government, or officials, and where we can raise our children according to our beliefs. Dear God, let us be mindful of the needs and wants and desires of our citizens, and let us seek to diligently serve our constituents according to the dictates of our conscience and with the utmost respect for them, reflecting the values of honesty, integrity, acceptance, love, and good judgment. Thank you that we get to live in such a wonderful community as Schertz, and we pray for your continued blessings to keep us safe and secure and prosperous. We ask that you give us a servant's heart. We ask a special blessing on our city managers and staff, and especially our first responders, and we ask that you protect them as they serve the greater good. Please place your heavenly angels around our policemen, firefighters, and EMS workers and their families. Thank you for their service, and let them know that they are appreciated as they help keep our community safe. Thank you for our wonderful citizens, and let us be good and kind and just representatives. Please bless and protect those who may have suffered throughout the world, regardless of their station in life. Give us open hearts and open minds to have compassion for the suffering of others. Give us mercy and truth and justice and tolerance, and most of all, the power of forgiveness and love as we strive to make this place a heaven on earth. Heavenly Father, we pray for our national leaders. We ask that you give them wisdom and insight as they make decisions that will affect the lives of us and our children for many years to come. And finally, we ask that you grant us your peace that surpasses understanding. We thank you for your presence in this place tonight. In Jesus' name and for his sake, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Scott. Council and guests, just a special announcement. It is perfectly fine for you to remove your mask while you're seated, but as you approach the podium or depart the chamber, we ask that you place your face mask back on. We'll continue with employee recognition. Our city manager, Dr. Brown, would like to recognize several of our city staff with service pins. Dr. Brown?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be able to do this as always. And it's a great honor for me to be able to recognize 3 of our outstanding employees who have been with us for 20 years. So I think it says a lot for folks to stay with their employer for 20 years. And all 3 of these individuals have made great contributions to the city of Schertz. So Michael Jernigan, would you come up, please? So Mike is our first honoree, and Mike has started with the city of Schertz actually as a volunteer with the old SAFE system. I can't remember what that stands for. Would you tell us again?
Schertz Area Facility for Emergency Service.
Okay, so that was the precursor to Schertz EMS. So Mike even predates our current EMS system. He was hired in October 2000 when the city took over EMS, and he's been with us ever since then. Mike was born in Longview, Texas. They moved to Schertz, Texas. He went to Dobie Middle School and graduated from Samuel Clemens. He joined the U.S. Navy, and he served overseas on the USS Blue Ridge during the Gulf War. He actually served overseas for 8 years, 5 of those in Japan and 3 in Hawaii. So Mike is a war veteran. Mike met his wife in high school, and they married on her birthday, actually, and they got married in Hawaii. And he said they got married on the beach in Hawaii, so that's fantastic. And they have 2 great kids, both of whom graduated from Clemens High School. For his hobbies, he says he's into shooting sports and he likes to fish. He says, but the fish never seem to play. So most of us have that problem. And he says something that he loves is to volunteer. So that's the spirit that we have with many of our employees here in the city of Schertz, and Mike certainly exemplifies that. So Mike, thank you for your service. Thank you for all you do every day for the city of Schertz. You've made a huge difference in our department. Your experience, your wealth of knowledge makes a tremendous difference, and we hope to honor you again for many years in the future. So, thank you. Pretty one. It's a pretty one. Good. Do you have family? Is this your family?
We do have family.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. If you wanna-
Y'all wanna rise? Go ahead. Wife, daughter, my mother and father-in-law, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister. There you go. And a very special friend, Nancy King over here. She was with the original Safe CMS. She's the one that actually hired me on the Safe CMS right there. And my father-in-law, the one in the pink shirt, Charles Tees, is the one that actually got me into this crap. So, we've got a lot that we thank you for.
Mike, is your
Not too much. Not too much. You just got to remember, in this field, as long as you treat everybody like family, you'll never do anything wrong. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike, for your service and your dedication to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Shelley Krause. Come up, Shelley. So it's my privilege to recognize Shelley for her great service. She also started in 2000. She began work in the Public Works Department as an admin assistant. She worked there until 2009. Then she went over to when we had a purchasing department, she was in the purchasing department as an administrative assistant, and then in December 2014, she moved over to her current assignment, which is in the finance department, again, as their administrative assistants. Her words for her finance department, she says, it is a pleasure to work in the finance department. She's always learning something new. So I think that's a great tribute to her department and to your service there. Shelley was born in Maine, and she's in an Air Force family like many of us. She came here with her dad, who was in the Air Force. And they moved to Schertz, and she's been in the area ever since. She actually attended Schertz Elementary, O. Henry Junior High. I've never heard of O. Henry Junior High, but I guess that's the old Corbett. And then she graduated from Samuel Clemens High School. She met her husband, Melvin, in 1983. They got married in 1986. They have 3 children, Levi, Katie, and Casey, and all 3 of her children graduated from Samuel Clemens High School. She says that growing up, she loved loud cars and trucks. And I guess she married the right guy because he introduced her to stock car racing. And Melvin's family are all stock car racers, so that's interesting. And in fact, her sons, Levi and Casey, have followed in their footsteps. One is a racing mechanic, that's Levi, and then Casey is a dirt track racer. So staying in the family. She says she loves going to the beach and hanging out with family and friends. And so her family is her hobby. So Shelley, thank you so much for your service. You've done a great job for us. We appreciate everything that you do. We also look forward to many more years of service with you. And keep up the great work. You have family here?
I do. My daughter Katie,
Hi, Katie.
my mother-in-law Carol, my other mom, my son Casey, and my husband Melvin. It's been a pleasure working for the city this long, and I had the thing thought out, but anyway, thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right, our last honoree tonight is Mac Melanson from the Fire Department. Mac, congratulations. Thank you very much. Well, Mac is a lieutenant in the Fire Department. Again, also started in 2000. He's a lieutenant at Fire Station number 2, and he oversees a crew of 4 firefighters. He was born in Louisiana, but moved to Texas at a young age. He grew up in Bulverde and actually went to Smithson Valley High School and graduated along with some of our other fire department personnel, so that's interesting. His wife is Laura. They've been married 17 years. They have a daughter, Haley, who just graduated from Texas State and is now a full-time teacher with the Comal County ISD. And they have a 13-year-old son, Mason, who goes to school here in Schertz. He says his family loves to travel, been blessed for some of the family trips they've been able to do, and they all love going to the beach and hunting and fishing. So Mac, again, like the others, done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Your leadership is much appreciated. All the things that you do every day for our fire department is appreciated. You're certainly a key member of our staff, and you've done a great job for 20 years, and we look forward to many more. So, congratulations. Great to see all the firefighters and EMS folks here tonight. So,
Yep,
Mac?
thank you very much. Unfortunately, my wife couldn't attend. She is actually out of town. But my mom, I guess my aunt now showed up. Jen, my sister, sister-in-law, my son Mason, and Austin.
Thank you for attending. Really appreciate
Thank
that.
you very much.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you,
Dr.
Mac.
Brown. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Mac, thank you, thank you. And now you forgot to include the rest of your family over here standing by the wall. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, we'll continue with announcements of upcoming city events. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. So the upcoming event on this Saturday, January 30th, the Chamber is going to be hosting their Health and Wholeness Fair at the Schertz Civic Center from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., and it is free to the public. We will be back here on Tuesday evening, February 2nd, for our next regularly scheduled City Council meeting. And then also beginning March 4th and ending May 6th, Schertz Police Department will be hosting their Citizens Police Academy. It will be classes will be every Thursday from 6 to 9 p.m. And those interested in registering can either look on our website, schertz.com, or contact Officer Anna Kraft at acraft@schertz.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Next is announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
Mayor, I know we're going to talk about this later, but I just want to thank the fire department and all of our public safety folks for the great vaccine clinic that they put on. Did a fantastic job. You know, time won't allow us to recognize everyone on our staff who did a fantastic job, but particular thanks to Summer Hall and Cade Long and Charles Kelm for their leadership. And the rest of the staff really responded in a fantastic way, and we also had great participation from our other cities. So just wanted to recognize them.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brown. Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I'd like to add to that, too, thank you to our city staff, our partners from Selma, Cibolo, Seguin, New Braunfels, and county staff, and also our community residents that helped with our volunteering for helping us with the vaccine. The success of vaccinating over 1,000 individuals could not have been accomplished without everyone's participation, and we'd like to say thank you very much. All right, we'll continue with the hearing the residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the City Council. The screen above outlines some of our procedures, and we just want to highlight a couple of them. Individuals wanting to speak should have filled out the registration form. Presentations are limited to 3 minutes, and for the record, we ask that you state your name and your address. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks while addressing the council may be requested to leave our meeting. And finally, discussions by council on any item not on the agenda should be limited to statements of facts. And before we get started, I'd just like to just reiterate that speaking on the hearing the residents does not place you on the agenda. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem, could you please call the first speaker?
Yes, Mayor. First up, we have Jack Miller.
My name is Jack Miller, 4839 Dick Gordon, Kirby, Texas, 78219. Angry black citizen. That's what's on my poster board. Can I continue when she's back so everybody can hear me here at the council? I want to address everybody.
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you.
Miss Hayward's gone?
That's quite all right, sir.
I'm here to
We have a quorum. We have a quorum. Please continue.
Fair enough, Mayor.
Okay.
Fair enough. This is a test. You're right, you have a quorum. But I don't appreciate council people jumping up and running off when I come up to speak. I just want to make that point. It's very disrespectful. If she has diarrhea or something, she can let the mayor know or somebody, or just make something up as why she has to leave. I understand her contempt for me because the handouts I gave you, she was one of the ones that laughed and threw it in the trash. You're informants. You got informants, just to let you know. Anyway, back to what I was saying, angry black citizen. Officer Chavarria said, if you don't calm down, you're going to get it. That's my beef. He indicated that if they didn't calm down, the Rayfords, Mr. and Mrs. Rayford, the black citizens who were angry, if they didn't calm down, they were going to get it. Now, he's too much of a coward, and so far the city hasn't said what it is, but it doesn't matter because he indicated he was going to take some type of police action if they didn't calm down. And I'm here to tell everybody, these 3 words, angry black citizen, if police ever encounter them in any form, angry black, angry citizen, black citizen, they cannot take any police action unless they have a reason to take police action. And so far, I have no indication that Chavarria is not going to do that again, because nobody's told me that's a problem. All we get is the mayor saying we do what we need to do to establish order. That is how long it took Zeke to stop after the cops turned on his lights. Just so you know, the other day I got pulled over for a tail light that was out. It took me 1 minute and 30 seconds to stop. On purpose, because I called the department to verify I was actually being pulled over by a police officer. And I wasn't tased, nothing happened. And you think this is funny over there, but the video is going to come out and it's going to show contrast to how the city of Schertz handled somebody who wasn't going to stop. I'm going to give a shout out to Chavarria and Finney especially, because if she wouldn't have made the decision to stop him without seeing a violation, I would not be here today having this much fun. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, could you please call the next speaker?
Yes, Mayor Gutierrez. Next up, we have Leonard Moore.
Leonard Moore, 1653 North Santa Clara Road, 78124. How are you supposed to say you're hearing the citizens when you're not hearing the citizens? This is a farce, and you know it. Let me pose a hypothetical to you. If I have a dog, German Shepherd, whatever, and that dog pees on my couch, I take that dog out, and I beat it within an inch of its life, spray it with mace, tase it a couple times. What would you expect to happen? Being a neighbor seeing that. You'd call animal cruelty, cry foul, right? Yet, when a young kid gets basically the same thing done to him, you're silent. It's fine. The police officers did their job. Everything's legal there. Right? No issue. So explain to me how a young kid is worth less than a dog. Is it because he's black? Is it because he ran a light or whatever? What did he do to earn contempt for his life? That's what this is, contempt for a life, plain and simple. You're saying he's not worth a dog's life. If a horse breaks its leg, what do? That horse can't function anymore. It's glue now. So why, when police officers continue to violate our moral rights, do you not take them out to pasture? I'm not asking for a discussion. I don't want you to tell me it'll all be better and everything's fine. I'm asking you to change the rule. Change the policies so that the police can't do that anymore. Plain and simple. Stand up and tell the world that a young kid is worth more than a dog. And just because a young kid may have done something wrong doesn't mean he earned the right to get the crap kicked out of him. Any more than if my dog pees on the couch. Your silence speaks more than your words. I don't want your words. I want your actions. And until I get them, I'm going to keep being here. Know my name. My name's Leonard. Get used to seeing me. Thanks.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, next speaker.
Yes, sir. Next up, we have Mandy Moore.
Glad to see that all council members are here. Good evening, everybody. Again. Yes, sir. I was saying good evening, everybody. Thank you. So I really didn't want to come back tonight because I'm a very busy person, as we all are. But the thing is, it is very important. This matter is very important in our town. Like I was saying when I was first here, I work here. I am in Schertz every single day. And this issue that we're bringing to y'all week after week after week is very important to everybody. Because as I said the second time I was here, we're all humans. And we should all be treated as humans with respect given the proper dignity, given the proper treatment by our officials. Unfortunately, there are some in our city that are not treated equally. There are some in our state, in our country, that are not treated equally. And we all saw what happens when people get tired of being treated unequally. We don't want that here. We need to make sure our policies don't allow that here and allow our police and our officials to govern and treat everybody with equality and with respect that we all deserve. I rushed to get here to talk to you all, even though I feel like I said last week, I'm talking to a brick wall, because I feel like you all need to understand that y'all were elected to these posts to make changes in our city. Y'all were elected and voted in so that you all could make Schertz a better place to live for all citizens. Black, white, red, brown, purple, green, gray, everybody needs to be treated with equal respect because we're all human beings. So remember that you were all voted in, you were all elected to these posts, not just to sit here and stare at me as I'm talking to y'all again, but to make changes and make this place a better place for all citizens. You might notice that I'm repeating myself because I feel like it kind of needs to be drilled in, not even just to y'all, but to a lot of people in the entire world these days. We all need it drilled into our heads that we're all human beings. The police action that has taken place needs to be reprimanded, and the training needs to be amended so that it never happens again. Punish equally, treat equally, have respect for all citizens.
Okay, Ms. Moore, before you leave, could you please provide your name and address?
Yes, sir. My name is Mandy Moore, and my address is 1653 North Santa Clara Road, Santa Clara, Texas, 78124.
Thank you. Okay, I think that, Ms. Dennis, is there any hearing the residents submitted in writing? Thank you. All right, we'll continue with consent agenda items. Consent agenda items are self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes, consideration or action regarding the approval of the minutes of our regular meeting on January 12, 2021. Item number 2, resolution number 21R08, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing an agreement for management services between the City of Schertz and Schertz-Seguin Local Government Corporation, SSLGC, and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 3, resolution number 21R09, consideration or action approving a resolution authorizing the 7th Amendment of an interlocal agreement with the Alamo Area Council of Governments, AACOG, to provide funding in the amount of $42,666 for transit services in the City of Schertz. Item number 4, resolution number 21R10, consideration or action approving a resolution authorizing the approving the investment policy and the investment brokers and other matters in connection therewith. Item number 5, resolution number 21R07, consideration or action approving a resolution authorizing the amendment to the professional services contract with Ford Engineering for the El Bell Storm Drain and Overlay Project, and to add signalization on the Westchester intersection to the project. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? If not, is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 5?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Councilmember Whitaker, second by Councilmember Dalla. Council, is there any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to our public hearing. Item number 6, ordinance number 21A04. An ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, providing for the extension of boundary lines of the City of Schertz, Texas by annexation of approximately 142 acres of land located in Comal County, approximately 3,500 feet southwest of the intersection of Doran Lane and Bell North Drive. This is also our first reading. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Emily Delgado. I'm one of the senior planners in Planning Community Development. So the subject property, the approximately 142 acres, is outlined here on the aerial map in green. So just to get your bearings, this is Lookout Road, Door Lane, and then the newly created Tejas Way. And currently the city limit boundary ends kind of here. So Schertz 312 LLC, which is the current property owner, has submitted a petition for voluntary annexation of the approximately 142 acres. And this property is in direct relation to the City of Schertz Resolution 20R83 and the City of San Antonio Ordinance 2020-1210-0903, which agreed to the City of Schertz taking over that portion of the property, getting it released from San Antonio's ETJ based on certain conditions. One of those conditions was us doing the annexation. At the last meeting, Resolution 21R03, City Council approved the annexation petition, which actually doesn't annex the property, but it starts that annexation process. So this ordinance tonight is the actual start of annexing the property itself. So outlined here, this is the public hearing notice map. So the property is actually outlined in blue, and then the 200-foot state notice requirement is in red. So public hearing notice was published in the San Antonio Express News on January 13th. We also mailed notices to all property owners within 200 feet and the Board of Trustees for Comal ISD on January 12th. And a public hearing notice was published on the City of Schertz website on January 14th. That does comply with all of the state annexation noticing requirements. And at this time, we have received no responses to any of those public hearing notices. So as I mentioned, 21R03 at the last meeting didn't actually annex the property, just started that process. This ordinance is really that next step. In conjunction, they did request a zone change application, which is the next item on the agenda. Obviously, if we decide to annex, City Council decides to annex that property, we want to immediately follow it with a zone change so we don't just have property out there that's not zoned. And then per state law, we do have services that if we annex the property in, we are required to provide. Those include police, fire protection, EMS, maintenance of streets, wastewater, sewer, and water. However, with this property, it's actually not in the City of Schertz water CCN, so we would not be required to provide them water. So staff is making a recommendation of approval of Ordinance 21A04, but earlier today there was a little bit of confusion with the service plan with the applicant. So there was one change from the annexation service plan that was submitted in y'all's packet. The one change is to this term section. So the service plan that was in the packet just stated the service plan shall be valid for a term of 10 years. That is straight from state law. It indicates that the service plan associated with that annexation is essentially good for 10 years. However, that doesn't mean that at the end of the 10 years, we stop providing service. Once we start providing service, it's, forever. That wasn't explicitly clear to the applicant, so we did add the sentence, notwithstanding the foregoing, city's obligation to provide services as set forth herein shall survive expiration of this service plan. That satisfied their concerns, so we are making a recommendation of approval with that modification to the service plan. If City Council just does choose to approve it, at the final reading, that service plan will be changed, and you'll have the corrected version. That's it.
All right, thank you. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the City Council in reference to this subject? There's not. Second notice? Final notice? I see no one stepping up. Public hearing is now closed. Okay, council, floor is open for discussion. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Yes. I hope this doesn't sound naive of me. I've only been on city council a little over a year, and so I'm still learning as I go along. What are the benefits for this annexation to the city, and what are the downsides, if any? I know that you said we, have to provide services, and once this came on board, but can you briefly answer those questions?
So I think the benefit is obviously another 142 acres that could potentially be developed as manufacturing. So all of the adjacent properties here are zoned for manufacturing light M1, which at some point would be developed accordingly. So with that, you could assume additional tax revenue based on new business coming in. Potential downside, at this time, Tejas Way is currently constructed. There's utilities in Tejas Way, so I can't offhand think of anything negative. I don't know, Brian, if you can.
Okay, I appreciate it. I was just, Schertz has to grow, and they're voluntarily asking for us to annex them. And so I just wanted to know if there's any, reason we should not. It's kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay, council, any other comments?
Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance 21A-04.
Second.
Was that second by Councilmember Davis? Okay. Okay, motion was made to approve ordinance number 21A-04. A motion was made by Councilmember Dalla and second by Councilmember Davis. Council, any other comments?
Mr. Davis had one.
No,
No.
I was waving to him because.
No, I just didn't know who made the second. Okay, if no other comments, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes. So we'll move on to item number 7, ordinance number 21S03, an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, amending the official zoning map by rezoning approximately 142 acres of land to manufacturing light district light, located approximately 3,500 feet southwest of the intersection of Door Lane and Bell North Drive, Comal County, Texas. First reading.
So this property is obviously directly relating to the annexation that was just done. So just again, for the record, outlined here in green. As you can see, it's undeveloped, along with the majority of the properties that are in Schertz surrounding it are also undeveloped. So on this side of the screen, you can see the current zoning exhibit. Essentially, there is no zoning on the property since it's outside the city limits. This also really shows, well, the city limit boundary with that red dash. And then the proposed side being M1, which is the zoning that they are requesting, which is that manufacturing district light, which is consistent with the adjacent properties as well. And then it also shows the red dashed, assuming that the annexation were to be approved with the zoning, the city limit boundary being adjusted. So again, this is the public hearing notice map. It's the same for the annexation. So the public hearing notice for the zone change was published in the January 6th San Antonio Express News. And then again, on January 12th, we did send that written notice out, and on January 14th, it was published on the website as well. Same thing as the annexation. We have not received any responses to the notice for the zoning. So this is a snippet of the Schertz sector plan. And as you can see, the subject property here outlined by the star was not actually reviewed as part of the comprehensive land plan because it was not in the city limits or in the ETJ at that time. But you can look to the properties that were in the city at that time, which have been identified as industrial. That manufacturing district light M1 basically directly correlates with the industrial that the comp plan was recommending. So the proposed zoning is consistent with what the comp plan had for at least the adjacent properties since it wasn't reviewed at that time. Little background again, this is just, it's directly related to those resolutions, ordinances that have previously been done by council. And then this item is, really directly related to that annexation. We don't want to annex a property that doesn't have the zoning, so this is a crucial step. This is just that zoning map again, just to show that the M1 is what is immediately adjacent, so it would just be a continuation of that existing zoning. Staff is making a recommendation of approval as it's consistent with that comp plan for the adjacent properties and the adjacent zoning. And then at the January 13th Planning and Zoning Commission, we did have a public hearing, and the commission unanimously voted to make a recommendation of approval to City Council. That's it.
All right, thank you. Again, this item is also on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council regarding this subject matter? Second notice. I see no one moving up. Final notice. All right, public hearing is now closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. No discussion? Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 21S03?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Dalla. Council, any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Moving right along, item number 8, resolution number 21R06, a resolution for consideration and or action accepting a petition for voluntary annexation within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Schertz. Approximately 214 acres of land located approximately 6,000 feet east of the intersection between FM 1518 and Lower Seguin Road, also known as Bexar County Property Identification Numbers 309-419, 309-811, 310-011, and 310-013, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Nick Copier, City of Schertz Planning Division. Resolution 21R06 is a petition for voluntary annexation for approximately 214 acres. As you said in the legal description, it was noticed as 6,000 feet east of the intersection between 1518 and Lower Seguin Road, but this is kind of what that depicts. So the area subject of this resolution is in purple here. This is the existing Rhine Valley subdivision. Lower Seguin Road just before the bend. Up is Schaefer and then Rafe Burnett, and then this would be the mapped extension of FM 309 as it continues. So this is a copy of one of the petitions for voluntary annexation from the applicant on behalf of the property owners. There were 2 others on behalf of the other 2 property owners for the various tracts that make up this 214 acres that are clearly requesting to be voluntarily annexed into the city. So again, the approval of this specific resolution doesn't actually annex the property into the city. It just allows City Council to annex the property via an ordinance in the future. Currently, the annexation and zone change ordinances are tentatively scheduled to be heard by the City Council on February 23rd, 2021. And along with the annexation ordinance, they'll be pursuing the Plan Development District zoning classification following the approval of that. Staff is recommending approval of Resolution 21R06, accepting the petition for voluntary annexation. The property owner and applicant are both here if you do have specific questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This item is also on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Second notice? Final notice? All right, public hearing is now closed. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Scott?
Yes, I know this is just a petition to start the annexation process. If you went over this, it went by me, it's been a really long day. How is it zoned right now, or is it?
So it's not zoned.
So it's not
within the
zoned?
city.
And then it's going to be Planned Development District?
So that's the planned zoning district that they'll be requesting. So annexation and the zone change ordinances are going to happen not exactly at the same time, because you have this resolution before that starts the annexation proceedings, but basically concurrently. And so once the property is annexed, it'll have to be zoned. And so that's just as a kind of a heads up that this is what they're looking to zone the property to upon acceptance of that, or approval of that annexation ordinance.
And so then the process is, so we say, yes, let's start the petition, let's start to annex it, and then it would go before the zoning board at that time?
Yeah, basically how it works is if you approve this or accept this petition for voluntary annexation, that allows them to bring forth the zone change to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then proceed with annexation and zone change ordinances simultaneously at the February 23rd, I think, meeting I said. So that would take care at the same place.
Okay, and then finally, last but not least, I don't know if it's a superfluous question or not, but how often do we draw our city maps? Like when we start to annex all of these, and then how often do we draw them, and then when does it become a government thing?
So our GIS department will regularly update the maps when we have applications such as this that would annex the property, like they just uploaded the, or update the zoning map, for instance, for Emily's that you just recommended approval of. Once that was like formally approved to M1, they would update the zoning map for that. Once the annexation happens and is officially adopted by the city, our GIS department updates those maps.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
All right, Councilmember Dalla.
I just point out that this is the same piece of property that would be the Saddlebrook subdivision that we amended the comp plan for last year. And with that, I make a motion that we approve Resolution 21-R-06 to accept the voluntary petition for annexation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Dalla, second by Councilmember Davis. Council, any other comments? If not, let's call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Thank you. All right, we'll continue with workshops. Item number 1, the appointment of Mayor Pro Temp, discussion and consideration or action regarding the confirmation, appointment, or election of the Mayor Pro Temp. And this one is on my agenda here. A couple of things about the Mayor Pro Temp. Mayor Pro Temp is a member of the council who performs the duties of the mayor during the mayor's incapacity or absence. The Mayor Pro Temp is elected by the majority vote of the council from among its own membership. The Mayor Pro Temp's term is 6 months. In this situation, February 2021 through August 2021. The Mayor Pro Temp retains the right to vote on all matters before the council while performing the duties of the mayor. And based on our procedures, the consideration and appointment for the Mayor Pro Temp is Councilmember Jill Whitaker. Council, floor is open for discussion. No discussion. All right. Is there a motion to approve Councilmember Jill Whitaker as our next Mayor Pro Temp?
So moved.
Oh, wow.
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I will change mine to a second.
Okay. We have several motions in several seconds here. So I'm sorry, I didn't catch. Who made the motion?
Councilwoman Hayward.
I did.
Everybody did. Okay, we'll go with Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Davis. Council, any comments or questions? If not, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, we have 7 ayes, no objections. Congratulations, Councilmember Whitaker. During the next scheduled meeting, you will be sworn in as a new Mayor Pro Temp.
Just remember, beware what you wished for.
I'm feeling sick already. You're taking over. Not really. All right. We have another workshop, a workshop discussion and update regarding the COVID-19 virus and our current ordinance, number 20H19, our declaration of local disaster. Ms. Hall, floor is yours.
Summer Hall, Emergency Management Coordinator. I'll be bringing your COVID update to you this evening. I'd like to start off tonight with the vaccination update and the things that have occurred since we were last here. So we did hold an additional vaccination clinic last week on Thursday and Friday. We were able to complete 1,266 vaccinations during that clinic. Primarily, those vaccines went to Phase 1B, which is that 65 and older population, and those 16 and older with a comorbidity. We did have some additional Phase 1 folks that did attend that workshop. They were previous healthcare workers, first responders, things that were not able to get in somewhere else beforehand, and so we were able to accommodate them. Additionally, in that, we did, on Saturday, we were able to do the Seguin Assisted Living Facility and Serenity Oaks Assisted Living and Memory Care. Most of those facilities had been handled by CVS and Walgreens federal contracts, but for whatever reason, for different reasons, those fell through, and so we were able to pick those up with our last round of vaccines, so that was good. That finished out most of our assisted living facilities in the Guadalupe County area. I would like to echo the statements by Dr. Brown and Mayor Gutierrez about the partnerships that we had. Guadalupe County, Seguin, Cibolo, New Braunfels, Selma, Live Oak all sent staff and supported our efforts, and it was just an amazing partnership and really helped the operation run smoothly. That is not to negate the efforts internally. All of our departments stepped up and helped us out in some way and filled in spaces where we needed assistance. Our Public Works Department, Community and Planning Development sent people, City Manager's Office, Human Resources, Fire, Police, and EMS all contributed to this. And so it was an amazing effort put together by a lot of partnerships, and I wanted to make sure to echo those comments. We did not receive any allocations this week, nor did anyone else in Guadalupe County. Again, that's just a very limited supply where we're at right now, and so this week we did not receive anything in Guadalupe County. We are expecting next week to receive our second dose of Moderna, so that's the shot clinic we did a couple weeks ago, and we are expecting our second dose next week. The following week, we are expecting our second dose of the clinic we just did last week, and we may or may not receive additional allocations of first doses in those weeks. So in addition to those second dose, we may have additional first doses, or we may not. We may only be doing second dose allocations those weeks.
So Summer, just to add to that, if all we get are second doses next week, every one of those folks has an appointment already, so there's not going to be a public announcement. And the same with the Pfizer the following week. We would only have a public announcement if we have additional doses.
As we do with each iteration of vaccine clinics, we have identified a few areas of opportunities to improve on our process and the way that we're handling things. So we just wanted to point out some of those areas and things that we're working towards to make those adjustments. So the sign-up process for the initial appointment, as we are implementing a new system and a new process, there's always room for improvement. And so some of the things that we noted right away was, the first thing was we had made the link available a couple of days ahead of time. We put it out on several websites trying to get to the public and let them know, hey, this link was going to go live. But by doing that, it gave people time to play around in the system, and it created some additional confusion. So we're going to make that adjustment. The next time, we won't actually make the link live next time early. We'll let them know that we will be posting it at this time to do that, so it minimizes some of that confusion. The second thing that we did, we had a call center set up this time to take those phone calls and schedule appointments for people that were unable to do so via the internet, but it just went too quickly. In less than 3 minutes, all of our appointments were full, and the people that were receiving phone calls were not even able to schedule folks. So the way that we feel like we can alleviate some of that pressure is to make separate signups, and we'll have 75% of our available allocations that are available for that internet-based signups, and then we'll use 25% to offer to folks that are not able to use the internet or sign up in some other way. We are looking at some potential targeted outreach to senior centers, senior housing living, things like that, places that we can outreach to, and how we might accomplish that. That is logistically a little bit different than holding a site here at the Civic Center. So we're still working through the logistics and what that looks like, but that's part of our areas of that we're looking at. We're also evaluating what options we have to receive and manage those COVID-related calls. so that we're providing the service that's required, but also not taxing our internal systems that are managing other city business. Additionally, we looked at some areas for opportunity for the information that was provided during the sign-up process to recipients. So once people signed up, immediately they had a lot of questions. They were like, well, what are we supposed to bring with us? What's this process going to be like? What forms do I need to fill out? And so we're making some adjustments with what's provided to them when they sign up, so that they'll have a lot of that information on the front end as well, and it'll help to minimize some of their anxiety about it and some of the fears associated with that. Additionally, the Alamo Regional Transportation has offered free rides to people that are unable to get themselves to our vaccination clinic, and so we've been working with them to organize how that would, those people would get connected to their reservation system. That would be a curbside to curbside transportation, so people could be picked up at their curb. They can't cross the threshold of their home, but they could be picked up at the curb, dropped off for their appointment, picked back up here and taken back home. So we feel like that's going to be a value added as well. Additional areas for opportunity, we looked at our ongoing communication. So Public Affairs worked just tirelessly this last week trying to identify where were our communication gaps and making those adjustments to our website, providing those frequently asked questions and some answers to those. Also trying to make sure that we were as transparent as we could be with the process for requesting and receiving vaccines and what our plan looks like once we do receive those. Additionally, they'll continue providing that information on social media and announcing those clinics and process updates. One area the library kind of jumped in and filled up for us was to help alleviate with some of the confusion in our sign-up process. They're working on creating a training video about how to go in and use that system. And then Public Affairs is going to be putting that out on our social media and trying to get that out to the public so that people have some awareness of what that process looks like prior to that kind of mad dash to get an appointment. So that's one other area that we feel like, will help minimize some of the confusion. That also will be highlighted on social media. And then one area that we're going to look at additionally is our reverse notification system. The county would like to use the reverse notification systems that we have in place to maybe offer our citizens an opportunity to be notified about the potential for a appointment prior to us publicly releasing the information to the media and that sort of thing, so that we would then, each of the cities within the Guadalupe County area would use their reverse notification capabilities to notify the citizens, and then, then we would post it publicly. And so that has not been flushed out permanently, but we will be working on what does that option look like and what can we accommodate through that as well. So that's the vaccination update. And so then moving into our current EOC activities and the numbers associated, you can see we've got a large amount of numbers this week as well. Guadalupe County with 720 active cases, the city of Schertz at 110 active, Bexar County at 31,758 active cases, and Comal County at 713 active cases. So looking at those surrounding metropolitan areas around the state, Bexar County, as we said, just at 31,758. Travis County is at 5,401. Dallas County at 37,163. Guadalupe County at 720, and Comal County at 713. Houston Harris County is at 50,578 active cases. When you look at our Guadalupe, Comal County, we're kind of in line with each other right now. You'll notice that dip at the January 5th timeframe. If you'll remember, that was from whenever we had kind of a lag in reporting after that holiday period. So that's what the significant decrease is. The school district is back reporting after the holiday period, and they're at 74 today. I'm sorry. 84 today, and so they have 56 student cases and 28 staff. Testing positivity rates, so Guadalupe County and Comal County higher than the San Antonio area and the state of Texas. Comal County was a little shocking at 51% positivity for their testing today. Guadalupe County is reporting in at about 25%, but they're starting to see a decline. And San Antonio, Bexar County has also been declining for the past couple of weeks on their positivity. So that's good news as well. Daily new cases, as of today, we are at 21,800 new cases statewide. You can see the yellow line indicates the 7-day moving average of positive cases in the state. Our hospitalization rate remains at about 23%. It's been kind of fluctuating above and below 24%, but has been pretty much at 23%. The positive news, if you'll remember last time I reported and showed you the percentages around the state, we were in a solid red. Every trauma service area around the state was in a place above 15% hospitalization rate. And you can see this week we've gotten a few that are back under that 15%, and several that are coming down and continue to come down. So that's, again, positive news, because at one point the entire state was above 15%, and for a while. So it's encouraging to see some of that start to come down. We haven't seen it here yet, but hopefully soon. Hospitalizations in Bexar County, again, this had risen. Last week had gotten pretty high, the highest that it's been at 1,507 patients, with 435 of those in the ICU and 257 on ventilators. This week, that number has come down for hospitalizations, or COVID patients going into the hospital, excuse me. But we haven't seen a sharp decrease in the number in the ICU. And unfortunately, the patients that are on ventilation this week has risen, even though the overall people that are being admitted to the hospital with COVID positive is going down. So that's kind of where we're at, excuse me, with the hospitalization rates in our trauma service area.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Council, questions? Yes, Councilmember Whitaker.
Just to clarify, did you say for sure you're going to do in-person registration the next sign-up next time, or was it just phone calls, or what were the, in addition to the online?
We haven't worked out the entire logistics. We're trying to evaluate potential areas and what staffing requirements, and we haven't settled on the final, what that looks like. It'll have to be in the next few days, but we're not to an actual, are we going to allow people to come sign up in person or on phone, or what that looks like. It's just looking at options right now and what we can handle.
Okay. The only thing I was going to suggest is, as far as like the phone versus in person, sometimes that communication can be troublesome, and if you can't hear, and if it's already a heightened state of, anxiety, I think if there's any way I could help with the in-person registration, or if it's a matter of personnel or something, let me know. But I definitely would encourage, if we could look for a way to have some opportunity for in-person. And the only other question I had was on the increase in positivity rate, and we had that significant jump in the one area. Is it possible it's because people just aren't, as many people are jumping out there they're like, oh, it's allergies or whatever. So if they're not testing, then the people who are going to test maybe are the ones that really are having more severe. So it's not necessarily an indication of a jump in cases. It's just that maybe fewer people are getting tested.
It's so hard to say, and there's such a discrepancy in Comal County versus everywhere else right now. I did not have a chance to speak to their health department to find out what might have triggered that 51%, but that's of all the people getting tested, how many of them are positive.
Okay.
So it's very hard to say what triggers those big changes like that, because that one had gone back down to about 20% as well, and then jumped back up to 50%. So I know that people just assuming allergies right now, it's tough for everyone to decide get tested or not get tested.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe less people are choosing to get tested, and but that's just supposition on my part. That's not.
Okay. I hate to see numbers that sound panicking if we don't know what that necessarily means. So I just kind of throw that out there as it's possible it's not an indication of something horrible, just there could be other reasons, variables that cause that number to jump.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
That's
think
all
we
I
need
had.
to wait a couple of weeks and see if that number, gets a little more stable, which it probably will, in my opinion.
Councilmember Dalla?
Just let me start saying, I think you guys are doing great with handling the clinics and stuff. You know, this is going to be a long haul. We're, a year plus probably long project with this, and we're 7 weeks into it. Every time we do one of these clinics, we're learning, we're improving, and I like how you're identifying the opportunities and trying to improve the process for the citizens, because that was one of the things that I was going to bring up is what are we going to do for the people that don't have internet or are technically challenged and don't have the ability to use a computer to do that. So reserving a percentage for people to do reservations by phone is great adaptation to the process. I guess if you could walk me through what we do when somebody doesn't show up for an appointment that's made. How are we handling that so we're not wasting vaccines?
So what we did this last time, the first round, and again, we adjust it with each iteration of these clinics. The first round, we waited till the end of the day, and those were our first responders, so we were a little bit more lenient with their timing, just with the nature of their jobs. But we allowed for them to come, and if they, by the end of the day, had not shown up, we filled their spot with somebody from the waiting list. This time, because it was public and we had a much larger number of shots to give and needed to have a process in place, we gave them a 1 hour time slot after their appointment time to come. And if they did not show up within that time, we filled it with someone from the waiting list. And I think there might have only been 1 or 2 people that showed up way later in the day. We were able to work them in, but I think that really our process is to try to make sure it's such an exact number that we have to get to at the end of the day. So it's really hard to give any leeway in that 1 hour. If you didn't call us, we had a couple of people that called us and, somebody had been in a car accident. They were very frantic about getting there and the policeman was going to drive them there. Obviously we're going to make exceptions for those type of scenarios. But we're trying to say at 1 hour, if you have not shown up or have not contacted us in some way, then we have to give your slot to someone from the waiting list.
And so I guess a follow-up then is how long do you allow the waiting list to get?
So we just allowed it to get to its capacity this time, and we tried to present that if you were going to be on the waiting list, it was for this round of allocations only, and at the end of this allocation, that list would expire. So we just allowed the list to get people just to sign up. We didn't put a capacity on it to stop. And so I think when all was said and done, we ended up with 6,000 and something. I thought it was higher at one point, but I think it was at about a little over 6,000 people. From that waiting list, we were able to pull off, it was probably close to about 200 people that we were able to work in some capacity off of that waiting list. So whether it was for no-shows or we were able to pull more doses out of the vial than we expected, or whatever the case may be.
So if somebody doesn't show up, you just start at the top of the list and you just dial until you get an answer and somebody says, hey, I can be there?
Yes, sir. And when we call them, we have to give them a certain, so depending on what time we called them, we really needed them to be there by a certain time. So when we call them, we say, can you get back to us in this amount of time? We did not leave voicemails because we didn't have the capacity to go back and forth with phone messages and things like that. So we called if we got an answer, or if they called us right back. So some people did call us back right away and said, I missed your call. Then we worked with those folks, but we didn't leave messages. We just worked our way down the list until we got the number we needed.
Obviously, time is, like you said, time is of the essence. We have a limited amount of time after we break that vial open that people have to be there and answer their phones and respond so we can not waste a dose. It's going to help going forward as more and more people get vaccinated and more vaccine becomes available, and hopefully the Johnson & Johnson one will be released in a few weeks and we can have an additional source. But thank you for what you guys are doing, and I think you're on the right track, and please be blunt with yourselves about the opportunities, and let's get them addressed, and let's make this better every time we have one of these clinics. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Yeah, congratulations on doing such a good job. The press has been very positive, and y'all have really jumped through hoops to serve our citizens, and you've done a fantastic job. Filling up in 3 minutes, is that what you said?
Oh, it was less than 3.
Oh, my gosh. Pressure on the inventory. Wow. That's pretty impressive. I know that Texas was the first state to surpass 1 million vaccines, and thus far, a little more than 3 out of 100 people have been vaccinated. So I wonder how many it is for Schertz. But how many have we done so far? Was it in total?
So we did, it was 5. Yeah, about 1,800.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty good. Okay. Well, good job. Keep it up. Thank you.
Hey, Councilmember Hayward.
I just want to say, for everyone that was involved, I think it went amazingly well. Most of the people that came through, any little hiccup that you saw, they didn't see it. They were just amazed at how everything ran so smoothly. That's all we kept getting the whole time, that this was going on, that this was easy, this was smooth, this is fast. I'm not having to stand in a long line. It was just a smooth transition and a process for everyone. And some of the older people that came in, they enjoyed being able to talk to a firefighter or a paramedic or somebody about their injection. It was just the number of people, and some of them overwhelmed. Some of them came in from other places outside of Schertz area. It was some from Houston. And then we had some who had family members that died from COVID. And they were emotional as they were standing in line to get their injection, but they got through it and they were happy. So I think kudos to you guys for everything that you did and pulled it off. And I just hope that they will see to it that we can get more injections so that we can keep it going in the city of Schertz. And I think the county and lots of people just truly appreciated it. And having other people from other cities just to volunteer and come in, it was absolutely amazing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I didn't even mention, I mean, you and the mayor here and spending so much time. I mean, you guys were there every minute that we were there at that clinic, and that was amazing for the elected official support from you guys and then other cities as well, and being able, you guys pulling in volunteers to fill holes when we had them. I mean, you just can't be thankful enough for your support and your work, your time. I mean, time is such a valuable thing for people, and to offer up so much to help us at that clinic, it can't be thankful enough.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the mayor and Raquel, the mayor's wife. She was there for the entire time, did a fantastic job. You all were, just invaluable. And Allison, thank you so much. I mean, she was there, I think, the whole time.
I mean, until we were there 7 o'clock at night. Yeah, they're still there.
Never missed a beat. And we also had Councilman Hicks from Cibolo and Councilman Simmons from Live Oak. Just showed up, man. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, too.
Council, any other comments? I just have one comment I need to make. We showed we can do it. Governor, if you're listening, send us 10,000. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 11, the 2018 span resurfacing discussions and direction of the 2018 span resurfacing chip seal project and any future span project efforts. Okay, Mr. Novak?
Sorry, you're stuck with me. But John is here for technical questions and backup. So once again, we're going to talk about the SPAM project, where we were, the problems that we've...
Kathy, I'm sorry, could you just introduce yourself for the record?
I'm sorry, Kathy Woodley, city engineer, and we have John Nowak, another engineer in our engineering department. So we did meet with council and some residents a few weeks ago to discuss the issues that we've been seeing with our recent chip seal projects. We had some conversations and we got some direction from council. So we went back, we put everything together, looked at the options, and so we're going to present our recommendations for how we deal with the situation tonight. So again, real quick recap. The whole idea of pavement preservation is to start with a road that's in excellent condition and apply some preservation methods at this point before it deteriorates so much that we need to spend loads more money to rehabilitate or reconstruct it. So what we call the 2018 SPAM projects, you've seen this map before with the neighborhoods and roads identified that we applied a variety of treatments to, but quite a few of them were chip seal. So looking at what we did on these projects, we had 3 different distinct Schertz Parkway projects. We did include the first section of concrete that we did several years ago from Live Oak to Maskey. We'll talk about that a little bit later because we're doing some remediation there. Also the mill and overlay from Beck to Live Oak, and then the recently done concrete from Maskey to Woodland Oaks, which hasn't been accepted yet. The next group of projects that we've been talking about for a while that we started to put together even before we completed the actual construction of the last set of projects is shown on this map. You notice Cherry Tree Drive is one of the projects. That one actually has been completed. I don't know if we've formally accepted it from the contractor yet, or there's just a punch list. It's substantially complete. And then another one that I'll highlight is Elbell Road. What we have in this set of projects for Elbell is just the design at this point. Earlier and under consent agenda, you approved adding the design of signalization at Westchester to that project. And the rest of the projects here, initially the idea was they would be chip seal. Well, when we realized we're probably going to go a different direction from chip seal, we sort of put the brakes on that and we'll look at what else we can do for these same group of streets. So another recap, how do we select the projects? We decided several years ago that we're going to objectively put a lot of stock in the PCI scoring, but not always just the lowest ranked streets are the ones that'll get done first. We do look for clusters of streets so that we can do whole neighborhoods, we can get some economies of scale and complete sort of blocks of projects. We also coordinate with other project efforts, utility replacements, improvements, and whatnot. And we do rely, to a certain degree, on staff and citizen knowledge and observations. And then how do we select the treatment that gets applied to each street? So for mill and overlay, for example, that is technically a resurfacing. That's used where a slurry or chip seal by itself won't last the expected service life. It's much more expensive, though, than either of those technologies. Also, we use it on higher traffic volume roadways, such as arterials and some collectors, so think the southern portion of Schertz Parkway, and roadways with many turning movements, lots of intersections and driveways. A surface seal, such as a slurry seal or a chip seal, is generally used on your local streets, lower volume roadways, and roadways with few turning movements. So some collectors would fall into that category. And then we look at different strategies, reclamation, reconstruction, dictated based on the amount of deterioration that's been seen and the base repairs needed. So to go back and look, these are maps you've seen before. You start to recognize the shapes of the subdivisions that we did apply chip seals in. So we've gotten complaints. Obviously, you've all heard the complaints. High levels from certain areas, predominantly estates at Wilson's Preserve. There are complaints about all the loose rock that was left over after the chip seal process was done. Patches where the chip seal hasn't adhered, and they're quite upset about the rough surface. They were expecting a smoother, like new asphalt surface. We've gotten a few complaints from some of the other neighborhoods, Deer Haven, Greenfield Village, Lone Oak. Their main complaint is the loose rock. And we've gotten very few or no complaints and noticed minimal issues on Randolph. Do want to point out that it was the same contractor, same materials, same process in all of these locations. We got some pictures to demonstrate where the chip seal was put down successfully. It seems to be wearing well. It's beginning to smooth out with the amount of volume of traffic on some of the roadways. Here you can see where there's areas where the chips didn't adhere properly, or they've worn away very quickly, and that's also contributing to extra loose rock in some of those areas. Some other locations where there need to be some repairs made. And I do want to point out we're dealing with two issues here. One is that the chip seal in certain areas hasn't been completed properly. It's basically defective to a certain degree, and that's a warranty issue that we'll discuss. The contractor, even if the public was super happy with this surface, we would still have those corrections made. As far as the loose rocks, something else that was basically a lesson learned by us is that the sweeping equipment that we have, we plan to do the sweeping after the fact in-house, and our sweeping equipment just doesn't have the capability of getting up these rocks the way we expected it to and needed it to. So we do need to do some enhanced sweeping efforts, and that would be done regardless of whether we got complaints or not. But besides those things that would be happening regardless, we heard from the citizens, you all heard from the citizens, that they are not happy at all with the rough surface that a chip seal provides. So we went back and said, well, what can we do to change that, to fix that for the folks that already had their streets done, and going forward, do we want to look at doing something different? So our recommendations for the remedial efforts for the streets that have already been chip sealed that are unsatisfactory to the residents. We're going to do some enhanced sweeping. That'll be either renting equipment, most likely contracting out some enhanced sweeping with the proper type of equipment. We'll do 2 rounds of that, then we'll revert to the normal sweeping that Public Works does. But those 2 rounds of the enhanced sweeping will identify other areas that didn't bond well enough, that the rocks didn't adhere well enough. At that point, we'll put those areas together with the ones we're already aware of, and the contractor will come back in and make sure they get good adhesion of the rocks. Then we'll apply a seal of some sort to each street based on the type of street it is. So a fog seal will be used where there are fewer poorly adhered areas, fewer turns, fewer cul-de-sacs, less turning movements, and the slurry seal will be applied where there are lower traffic volumes, more turns, and more cul-de-sacs. So the slurry seal can stand up to that friction on the surface a little bit better than the fog seal. It's a little more expensive, but it'd be more applicable. So to go through the areas that we'll remediate, Randolph, Curtis, and Live Oak. Now Live Oak is a little bit oddball because that actually hasn't been chip sealed yet, but once it is, it'll be chip sealed and then there'll be a fog seal applied. Curtis and Randolph, the chip seal went very well, very few areas need to be touched up, then we'll apply the fog seal. The next few are some of the subdivisions we did. These will get an enhanced sweeping effort. The contractor will repair the problem spots, and then we'll apply a fog seal to the surface. So that's Deer Haven, Greenfield Village, Lone Oak. The Estates at Wilson's Preserve is the one that's a little bit different here. And you can tell just looking, quickly scrolling through these subdivisions, the big significant difference with Estates at Wilson's Preserve is that you've got lots of cul-de-sacs. They're short, they don't have a lot of traffic, so there aren't those vehicle trips to really smooth out the surface naturally. The cul-de-sacs, of course, are where you get your turning motions. There are many intersections at short distances in between. So on this one, we'll do the improved sweeping, we'll clean up the areas that didn't tack well, and apply a slurry seal, which is that slightly more heavy-duty surface sealer. So recommendations for moving forward with future efforts at this point, what we understood and what we're recommending after taking a step back is that we use a modified chip seal only in certain circumstances. Lower volume, and when I say lower volume, talking like a Randolph as opposed to Schertz Parkway, a lower volume collector type street that's generally straight, no homes fronting the streets, not a whole lot of intersections. Examples, Randolph, Live Oak, Bainig. And when we do those chip seals, we'll use a finer grade aggregate. And an example of where that was done about 10 years ago, Savannah and Woodland Oaks were both done with a finer grade aggregate chip seal. So that's a good example of how it can hold up and it can be an appropriate surface treatment. We'll also include in the contract some enhanced and increased sweeping efforts. Little bit more cost, but it'll take care of that, that loose rock issue. We also are proposing to switch to the different resurfacing material in residential areas, a slurry seal. What we expect is to see about an 11% increase in cost of that over a chip seal. Of course, you never know till the bids come in and things can change in a day's time, but that's what we expect. And then we'd continue to use mill and overlay on the higher volume arterials and collectors. So moving forward now, we do the remediation effort, that's proposed. And then for these additional, the new group of projects, the next group, the 2020 SPAM projects, we'll do a slurry seal instead of a chip seal on those areas that were previously slated for chip seal. Our plan of attack, instead of just going out and doing a slurry seal on all the streets that were identified, is that we identify and complete a small area, 1 or 2 streets, maybe in Valverde or one neighborhood. And we also, at the same time, we perform these remediation efforts on the areas that were chip sealed before so that we can get the same contractor, we can get a little bit better cost on that. And then we evaluate those surfaces to see how it came out. Are the residents happy? Is it adequate with us? Does it provide an acceptable surface? And if the answer to that is yes, then we'll complete all the other targeted streets in the 2020 program. So, switching gears just a little bit, wanted to give you an update on the Schertz Parkway situation. Now I'm talking about the concrete sections. We've got some damaged concrete panels out there. Between Live Oak and Maskey, the road that was done about 2.5 years ago, we've had 2 separate water leaks, and over time some cracks have developed in the concrete. So we're going to replace those panels. And we'll also have the contractor who just recently finished from Maskey to Woodland Oaks. There are some cracks in a few of their concrete panels. We haven't accepted that though, so it's still on them to make those replacements. We think probably there was something that happened during the curing process that allowed that to crack ahead of time. But those replacement activities shouldn't be too disruptive, should take a maximum of 30 days, and we'll only close 1 lane at a time. Once that's scheduled, and we know, after we have appropriate curing time, we're going to coordinate and have a grinding effort. There's a diamond grinding process that will occur that should take that washboard effect that we have on some of the newer section, should take care of that. It won't make it perfectly smooth. With concrete pavement, you're always inherently going to have some bumps at the joints, but it will help. It should be markedly improved. The contractor who has not been, we haven't accepted the work for, will pay for that remedial effort. And we will also do this effort on the southern section to try and get that smoothed a little bit better and have a homogeneous appearance up and down. And then, of course, after that, striping and cleanup. And so that concludes the spiel of what we plan to do with the roads. So please.
Thank you, Ms. Woodley. Okay, council, floor is open for discussion. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Yeah, I think you did a great job, and you're going to maximize what we have with what we have to work with. We have many mouths to feed. My question is the priority of if you did this when I had to step out, I apologize. Which one's getting done first? I know that we've had several people and organizations appear and lobby for some of the more problematic areas much more aggressively than others, and we want to serve our constituents as always, so.
So you're talking about the prioritization overall, not necessarily
of the subdivisions, or overall. Like, do we have a time? Is there a timeline for which one gets done at what time?
So we start with the PCI scores, and we try to identify clusters of those, and we try to catch them in their sort of sweet spot.
I got that one.
All of that?
I'm talking about the ones on your list for this year.
Within the list.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, no, I understand everything you said in great detail.
All right, I misunderstood the question.
No.
So we really don't have a particular order of prioritization because they happen fairly quickly. Can you talk to what the schedule was last time? I want to say everything got done within just a few months.
Excuse me. That is correct. A surface seal operation tends to go very quickly. What takes more time is doing the prep work beforehand, the base repairs and all of that. And we don't specify typically in our contracts which subdivision does first. We kind of leave that up to the contractor. So the contractor can look at all these areas, he can go drive all the streets and come up with a plan to get the job done as quickly.
Can we do that? Is that something we can do? Because when I look around San Antonio and I see all the streets are so torn up, every single expressway, and you can hardly get anywhere, and that's people leaving it to the contractor, and they just do it whatever, and it's just miserable to live with, right?
We certainly could look at doing it, but how this operation tends to go, they don't do work in all areas at the same time. They work in one, move to the next.
Yeah.
So it's more systematic. It's just we don't dictate where they start in what order they go through those.
I'm just, I need to be a little more direct, and I apologize. I'm very concerned about Wilson's Preserve getting taken care of and get it off the table and go into some less problematic areas, if you will.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
On part of that, the goal would be if you guys buy off on our recommendations, I'm prepared to get a sweeping contractor in, do the sweeping immediately. We can certainly say, do this area first. That's no issue at all with that. So we'll at least get the excess rocks up. We'll get that process started.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to have to wait some time before we can do the touch-up and the slurry seal in that area because we need to have the right weather for that. That's what's working against us right now. So as we move forward, if you buy off on that plan, the intent would be we would do that remediation work first before we start doing any of the new projects.
Yeah, and I like that you said it's a few months, it's not long and drawn out and all that. That's fantastic. Thank you.
We'll work with the contractor.
Okay.
We'll work with
Dr.
the contractor.
Okay, Councilmember Dalla.
Just real quick, can you refresh me on the difference between the fog seal and slurry seal?
The fog seal is in essence another layer of oil that would get sprayed onto the surface of the chip seal. So it fills in, covers up the rocks, gives you a smoother surface, fills in those voids and the jagged pieces, kind of levels the mountaintop, so to speak. And it acts as like another layer of glue as well. So it helps glue and lock everything together and lock it down to what's underneath. A slurry seal, it looks like somewhat of a similar product. It's applied with a little bit different equipment train. It's a mixture of oil and a real fine sand aggregate. And it comes out, it gets sprayed out, and then there's like a big squeegee that drags underneath it to level that product out, to kind of smooth it out and put it on in a defined kind of thickness, if you will. But it's intended to give you a much smoother surface than a chip seal because you're using much finer aggregate in it. The downside to both of these products used independently compared to a chip seal is there is a cure time for both of the products. So when we first spray it, you have to let that oil cure and set up before you can start driving on it. You know, with the chip seal, once they shot the oil, once they drop the rock on it, you can start driving on it right away. So with both the products, there will be a little bit of logistics. So how they normally do that is they do it in a little bit shorter segments so they don't tie up as many driveways all at once. The warmer, drier the weather is, the faster it cures.
All right, I just follow on what Councilwoman Scott was saying, that you know, I guess due to the difference in the design of the subdivision, that I would think that Wilson's Preserve probably needs to be at the higher end of that priority list when we do start working on this. And other than that, I think you guys got a good plan, and looking forward to seeing it through.
We'll give council the schedule. When we get that worked out, what streets are going to be done, in what order, we'll let you know that.
Okay, Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, thanks so very much. I know you put a lot of time and effort into doing this, and I know we started these spam projects with the absolute best intentions, but my mother wasn't always as optimistic as I am. She used to say, you know, son, no good deed ever goes unpunished, which may explain a little bit about my personality. One of the things I like about Schertz, though, is we are a learning organization. May not get it right the first time, but we do learn from the experience, and I doubt very much we'll ever make this mistake again. And it's not that mistakes were necessarily made. It's just that sometimes stuff happens, and you need to accommodate it. But I am very much impressed with your analysis and your thorough research, and I like the strategy moving forward. Now, as far as budgeting goes, okay, so we know it's going to cost a little bit more to get this done, and I'm looking at the revolving door. You know, do we have enough capacity? Do we have enough funding to actually keep the process going? Or is more going to be needed in the future to accommodate for what we've learned? And the other thing is mechanical sweeping. Do we need a sweeper? And mechanical sweeping, to me, in the Air Force, we used to have FOD walks. We would go out on the runway and walk down that runway. That was called mechanical sweeping in my day.
This is not a FOD walk.
This is not a FOD walk.
Not a FOD walk.
Okay, I just want to make sure what our definition is, because the next thing you know, they'll have the council members out there having a chip seal cleanup day or whatever, and I wouldn't mind doing it, mind you. It's just that, all right. So you do have a sweeper that can accommodate these, and I'm hoping you do. Yes or no? You're going to contract it out? Okay, so you have the contractor.
Oh, once the purchasing agent approves it.
Okay.
And we'll continue to coordinate with Public Works and share ideas, share thoughts. If it turns out that there's a different piece of equipment that can kill more birds, no, we're not killing birds.
We're not into killing birds. That's the grackles.
But
different discussion.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, because, I was out to Wilson's Preserve, and I was really surprised because when the job was first done, I went out there, I said, whoa, this is nice, looks like new pavement. But I went out there a couple of times since, and it was incredible that the rocks were still coming up and being discarded. I think you nailed it with the problem with the cul-de-sacs. You know, the chip seal, it does really good on long roads and whatnot, but not so good when you get any kind of lateral traffic. But hey, good job. Thank you.
Council, any other comments? Well, I'd just like to say, thanks for the update. I can just see us having block parties and having FOD walks after that, right? By the way, that stands for Foreign Object Detection. So thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to item number 12, workshop, utility billing overdue accounts. Discussion on utility billing process handling overdue accounts. Okay, Mr. Walters, floor is yours.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Walters. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Schertz. I wanted to talk with Council this evening and receive some input on something that's come to our attention with our process for non-payment. Base process, no COVID, no meters failing. What we would do is after the due date, put on the bills, we would send each of our customers that hasn't paid yet a notice and a penalty charge for a late fee. And the notice would give them 10 days to pay up their balance, or at least on their last outstanding monthly payment, or would potentially turn their water off. So if they got the notice, 10 days had passed, we would actually call everyone on the list that was turn-offs and try to get payment or offer them an extension. All they have to do is fill out a form. They can get an extension as long as they process it and paid it in. If we couldn't reach them, or if that wasn't fruitful, we'd actually send out a meter tech who would turn off their water until they made their payment. And of course, along with extensions, if customers had extenuating circumstances, we could also put them on a payment plan, so the balance owed would be spread over multiple months to help it easier for them to make the payments or catch back up. With COVID, to help everyone out, we tried to turn off penalties, so we're not doing any penalty fees. We're also not doing any turn-offs. It was a public safety risk. With the virus, you want to make sure everyone has access to water and wash their hands. And as we are aware, if the home does not have running water, it technically can't be lived in. So if someone lost their job and lost income because of COVID, either they were laid off or caught a case of COVID or something else happened, not only would they not have water to wash their hands and stay safe, but potentially be removed from their home, all because of COVID. It's not what we wanted to happen, so we turned off those policies and practices, and those were meant to help people that are negatively affected by the virus. And staff reaching out to those citizens and customers with large balances and trying to work with them through that process, either putting them on a payment plan or coming up with some other solution for them. So the implications of this, the COVID response was very beneficial in the short term. It really helped out those. You miss a couple payments because of this. It's not too hard to then catch back up. However, now we're going on for about almost a year of COVID. And some of our utility accounts and customers are actually accruing a large balance owed, which is not great whenever COVID kind of ends, their policy comes back on for turnoffs at some point, and then these customers have very large balances, $700, $800, sometimes over $1,000 right now, that they have to pay back or potentially get their water turned off, and potentially have to be moved out of their home. So again, in the short term, you get a couple months behind, not a big deal. There are some accounts that haven't had a payment on it since last June, July, August, and those accounts are starting to rack up some amounts. So this is a concern for us because of how hard it would be for those citizens to catch back up and make those payments. So we do want to help them do that, and that was the whole point of sort of our conversation with council tonight. We do want to have some considerations, maybe resuming turnoffs for those homes that are not affected by COVID. Right now, we are attempting to collect something from those, from everybody. We're calling them up and see if they can make some sort of payment. We still want to continue that if they have stated that they're negatively affected by COVID. Maybe even just 20%. If we can convince them to put in any sort of cash toward their balance, it could either stop the growth of that large balance or at least slow it down, if not reduce it, which will be a benefit to them in the future. So right now, still kind of leaving off penalties. And of course, we want to continue working with customers in all situations to find a solution that works for everyone. This is not us trying to come at the citizens, trying to get money where it's due. It is about us helping citizens prevent that large balance buildup, which will then hang over them and their household, potentially for a year, maybe 2 years, very much long down the line. And a lot of these folks that have it, let's say their normal bill is about $100, a little high side, not super uncommon though. They rack up a bill $700, $800. Over a year time, if we enter a payment contract, that balance would be subdivided out, maybe like $50 added on to their future bill, so they still have their $100 base, and the contract would add $50 to that, so $150 is what they're doing. If they're in that place for a reason, they don't have funds or they have trouble finding the funds to pay their utility bill, and they had trouble paying $100, now we're asking them to pay $150, still a big strain on that household, even with that problem. So it is a problem that some of these accounts do have and have accumulated those high balances. To give you an idea, it's not a whole lot of accounts in the city. Accounts with over $200 right now, there's only about 196. About 1.3% of our overall accounts, so it is a small subsection. But the impact on these almost 200 homes and businesses could be very large. So we wanted to kind of bring this to your attention, see if we want to resume turnoffs, especially for those that kind of just taking advantage of the situation. Maybe they're not affected by COVID, but since the city's not kind of pounding on their door, trying to get them to make a payment, they've kind of just rolled into it and let the balance grow. And then that's a big problem on their end going forward. So that's what I had for you. If you have any questions, I do have some information or some data here that I can kind of pull from for visual exam.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walters. Council, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, a lot of these I'm going to assume are rental properties as well, not all owner occupied when they start turning off their own utilities or allow them to go to a certain extent. Do you have any mechanism to contact the actual owners or property managers to get them involved with some of these?
Well, that is the case if they're on the account as a list of contact, when they set up their utilities in the account, then yes, we have that information. And that list of 200 names, our staff is currently going through that list and making calls to try to collect anything or work out a solution with them, just to try to keep the balance down. So if we have that information on the original application tied to the account, we are making those calls. But if it was one of those where it's not in the landowner's name, then we don't have that information.
Just, you know, something we might want to look at doing in the future, you know, is making sure that if they are a renter, that, you know, the landlord and or property management information is clearly identified on there, you know, and, you know, I know this has happened to other places. I know I personally had one about a year or so ago pre-COVID, you know, where they had utilities turned off and they had a buddy that knew how to turn them back on and break the locks. You know, and we went back and forth with that, and nobody ever notified me, okay, until, you know, way late after we had retaken the property over, and it was just a mess, you know, where it would have taken a phone call and we could have alleviated a lot of stuff. Same thing with the billing, because most leases clearly identify the fact that, you know, utilities have to remain on, things along that line, and so there may be other remedies.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, sir. Not to put you on the spot or anything now, but can we get a better breakdown on the number of properties that, based on whether they're a business or whether they're a private residence? Because I think, from my perspective, there's two issues here. First of all, I'm all for leaving off the penalties. Unless the city of Schertz is incurring additional costs through the utility program, you know, I don't think that's something that the city needs to absorb, but if there's no additional cost to the city, it makes no sense to throw gas on a fire and make the problem worse than it already is. I would be interested in knowing the numbers of businesses versus residents going forward, because if it's a business, then I think the appropriate response from the city would be to look at what avenues are out there for businesses to get help based on their current situation with COVID and business shutdowns and restrictions. And I'm sure there are some other state and federal programs that, maybe some of these folks are not aware of, that they could work to resolve this. And then the other part about it is, I would like to see something from the staff that, if we say, attempt to collect something from those that indicate their ability to pay that has been impacted by the pandemic, I would like to see a proposal from the staff on how we would determine who has been impacted and who has not. Again, for example, in my personal case, the pandemic has had no impact on me. I'm working my same job and nothing's changed for me in the past year. The same applies to my wife. So our family has not been impacted. But I mean, how are we going to make a decision that this person who has not paid their water bill has in fact been impacted by the pandemic or has another, circumstance out there that's impacting their ability to pay their utilities versus someone who's not paying their utilities because, they've got a shopping problem or they've overextended their credit card debts for personal reasons. I would like to see how we would vector and validate someone who's got a valid issue with not their utility versus this is a personal decision that they made and they're just not paying their bill.
Well, maybe we struck some kind of an appeal process where we say, we're going to collect from everybody, but if you feel like you have extenuating circumstances, we will allow an appeal process. Whatever.
Whatever. If someone came in and they had a validated documentation that they were laid off, that they've been collecting unemployment, to me that's a different case that someone's not paying their bill versus we've got somebody on the account that's a month or 2 or 3 behind, and when we say, what can we do to help, they say, well, I'm just behind and have no supporting documentation. I would defer to the city to come up and say, okay, what would be reasonable, what would be fair and reasonable if we're, we say the pandemic, but if we're going to say that, and we know the pandemic has caused impacts on businesses for not being able to open up, we know there have been people that have been loss of revenue because they work at a place that's closed down, their hours have been cut or whatever else. I would just prefer to see a more specific recommendation of if we're going to make a determination on turn off versus not turning it off, or we're going to make a determination on potentially waiving a balance or restructuring a payment plan. I would rather see a more definitive process, and not just carte blanche, because if we turn around and start saying that, we're going to not turn off water and we're not going to, hold people accountable for their bills, unfortunately, there are some folks out there that are just going to say, well, now I just don't have to pay my water bill because the city's not going to do nothing about it.
So I agree, we can try to come up with some system and documentation, things like that. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, James, what we found is that when we said, hey, the pandemic's hit, we've got a lot of people laid off, we're going to stop doing shut-offs, we're going to stop with penalties, there are just some folks that need reminders and need that threat of a shut-off to come in and pay. And as much as we think about it, it's why we have our meter techs on call up to a certain time at night. We go out and do that shut-off, person's up here at 7 o'clock paying the bill at that point, going, all right, turn it back on. And so I agree with that. I think what we have seen, and what James, correct me, is that since we did this, we've just had a lot of people that way. And so what we think if council says, yeah, let's not just do this blanket no shut-offs, as we start calling and pushing a bit harder, we will have a fair number of those folks come in and start paying, if you will. But would agree, we need a system to say, hey, what can you demonstrate to say you've been financially impacted going forward? But we think solely by no longer not doing shut-offs, we will get a lot of folks with those calls coming to accurate?
We have, and I think that's what kind of looking to get back from council, whereas right now we have no penalties, no shut-offs. That's how it is. And trying to get council's sort of feel on, nope, we're going to turn penalties and shut-offs back on for everyone. Or is it something in the middle, and if that's
Again, for me, I'm okay with delaying penalties for the near future, and I think shut-offs ought to be a case by case, as long as we have a solid plan to validate who we're shutting off and why. Like I said, there are some people out there that are severely adversely affected by what's been going on for the past year. And again, specifically on businesses, I wouldn't mind some additional information of how many businesses we're talking about and what other avenues might be available to them to help them mitigate the impact this has had on their businesses from the utilities perspective and even beyond that.
I can say from my list, it's not broken down directly for me to sort it, but just by the name. There are the majority of the 200 accounts that we're calling are residential type. However, the largest dollar amounts are clearly a business for the individual. So it's
Again, that's just side information for future knowledge. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dahl.
So I would agree with Councilmember Davis on the penalties. I'm not quite ready to start enforcing that again. I think the idea of having some sort of documentation process for those that are saying that they've been impacted is definitely appropriate. I definitely, if there's a way to help somebody that is being, and not just COVID, but, somebody that loses their job because a place goes out of business on them or they don't get their final paycheck or whatever, to have some flexibility to give somebody a chance to get back on their feet. And maybe one of those possible solutions would be to set some sort of cap on the amount of arrears that we would let an account go to before we do the shut-off. Whatever dollar amount that we figure is, okay, yeah, we'll work with you, but once you hit this balance limit, that you have to stay below it, and if you go over it, then we're going to have to turn you off. And that provides some protection for the city about having to write off very significant dollar amounts, but also gives staff the ability to have some flexibility to help somebody that's having a rough patch.
Okay. Councilmember Whitaker.
Do you have an overall dollar amount where we're at as far as what's overdue?
Well, we have the full list report to give you an idea of what it would be on an annual basis. Before, when we were still doing turnoffs and penalties, our write-offs that would come to council, the utility side would be closer to 20,000. Now they're closer to 60.
Okay, and then, so back to what Councilman Davis was saying about the moving forward and determining whether or not this is a COVID-related hardship. I had that question too, but it sounded like from your presentation that perhaps those conversations were already happening, like you were actually in touch with residents, you had some type of conversation. Is that conversation happening in an informal way to ask them, on a case-by-case basis, their reasoning for not paying, or?
We're not asking the reason. We're calling all of the accounts with above a dollar amount. So 200 and above, we're giving them a call and just letting them know the options that are available to them, trying to see if they can afford to pay anything towards their balance. But right now, we're calling everybody and not asking about their specific situation.
Okay.
How can they help?
Okay, so the determining of the COVID or non-COVID related is a proposed thing, which I would agree some type of, I don't know what documentation, and it is very hard because how to determine what is actually, because even if you've lost your job and maybe you're collecting unemployment, sometimes there's that priority of which bills that you're choosing to pay. And so it gets to be a really tough area to say, well, I would suggest you pay your water first before you, pay for some other things that you'd like. But I think that's going to be a very delicate process, and I don't think it's going to be easy, but probably necessary at some point to have some type of accountability on what we determine is not necessarily forgivable, but we let them continue on. So
we'll run everything by legal to make sure we're not asking anything that we can't and that sort of thing when we put together a proposal.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Yeah, when you were giving your presentation, it sounded like kind of self-reporting, like people, if they didn't pay your bill, if they don't pay their bill, are you just assuming it's COVID, or is it self-reporting, or how are you getting the data?
Now, right now, our policy was when COVID hit, no penalty, no turn off, no questions asked.
Yeah, that happened in San Antonio and then nationally with the, you can't kick out the people, and there's more, whatever it was called, moratorium. I'm not a real estate person, Tim Brown knows. Moratorium, what's it called?
There's an eviction moratorium on.
Thank you, that one, yeah. And so you had people that were able to pay that just didn't. But then you run the risk of looking like Ebenezer Scrooge or some heartless person to hold people accountable. It's a hard, it's a hard issue for sure. But there has to be accountability, and there has to be. I'm with Councilwoman Whitaker. You need water. You need shelter, water, and food, and transportation. And so, whenever you're trying to figure out what to do, that's an essential. You can't live without it. And it's hard on the city, but because we're having a heart, you don't want to enable people that have a terrible sense of responsibility. I was thinking March until y'all were talking about it more like, well, maybe it won't be March, but that's coming up on a year. But we need some parameters and guideposts. We have to figure out a way. I liked what Dr. Brown said about the board or whatever it was to come forward, the appeals process. That's fantastic. That puts the onus on them, not you. And we're not Santa Claus. We can't pay our staff members, overtime to be calling people and hunting them down and stuff. The onus has to go. I mean, there has to be a balance. There just does. And I don't know when the time is, but I sure don't think it's like, okay, 6 more months down the road, fall, really? And now they're talking about, maybe next year. And oh my gosh, we need to have some kind of the end in sight, something that we can agree on. And sometimes misfortune happens and bad things happen, and you have to take your lumps and get on with life. I mean, we've all been in very adverse situations where we've, lost our jobs or what have you, and you kind of got to move on from that, but it can't be indefinitely. I mean, it just can't. We can't do that, so.
Okay. Councilmember Scagliola?
Yeah, pretty much everything I had to say has already been said. I do like the idea of the leaving off the penalties and the interest if it's COVID related, but the challenge is trying to really define what is COVID related, but it sounds like you have a handle on that problem. I did like Councilmember Dalla's idea of a cap. Hey, this is the limit. You're getting close. I also like the idea of a minimum, mandatory minimum partial payment, just to keep things on track. The other thing that is education. If somebody's running really, really high bills, not saying they are, don't know, but what can be done to actually keep the water usage down to a normal level. And the other thing, there are resources out there, rate cap for one. They provide utility payments for a number of people every month. So that's another resource, one that I know of. Maybe we can instruct individuals to go out to in order to take care of some of the payments needed. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Hayward?
I was just wondering, because I know looking at the site, it doesn't say, if you suffer from COVID, please contact us. So some people may not contact you, and I'm thinking maybe adding that and saying, if you're suffering from COVID or COVID-related job loss, please contact us. If not, it's something else, but that gives them an opportunity to say, okay, yes, it's COVID, if it is, and then whatever process you put in place for them to let you know that, hey, I've lost my job based on COVID. The other thing I was wondering, because it's not been done, and I don't know if that's something that can be done, is like some of the other companies, when you go online, if you're kind of like a month past due or something, instead of calling in, they can make a payment arrangement online that's conducive, and they're not calling in, because some people would prefer to do it online and not call on the phone and go, why do I have to call when I'm online paying my bill? So I don't know if that's something that we can work out where you can make a payment plan or a payment arrangement online to give them that kind of access. And then like some companies, you make the payment arrangement. If you don't stay to the payment arrangement, then there's penalties. I'm not saying put penalties on people now, but then it's, you know, okay, well, first we said you could pay $50 extra a month. Now, okay, you've had an issue, you didn't call us, so now we have to change it to $60 extra a month. But giving people some of that leeway. And then I know if it's a veteran who lost their job, they were a veteran, then if you go to the unemployment office that deals with the veterans, then they will pay up to 3 months of your utility bills for you. So that's something people can do if they're having that issue. I've known people that do that, but I know that some people don't want to call because they just go, well, I can just do it online and be just easier and I can click on that. So I don't know if that's something we can put in the software as well, but at least letting people know if it's COVID, you know, please contact us and here's a form or whatever you're doing, so that way they're not having it. Now, if it's people that you know that normally pay their bills on time and they're just not, then yeah, I think we need to make some calls and say, hey, come on, you got to pay your bill. If not, you know, we've capped it at this, and if it gets to this, then, you know, because we can't keep going on and on and on with people, because I know there are people that will take advantage of the situation and then just hope that they can appeal, and then you just completely say, oh, don't pay the bill at all. So.
All right. Looking at, before I open it up for a second round of discussions, a lot of interesting points were made. I'm just afraid that, you know, people didn't know that we had a no shut-off policy during the COVID. There's means, like a lot of you have mentioned, of trying to get assistance. But there's also a need for us to know what your situation is so that we can go ahead and work with you as citizens. If you go back and put it into consideration, I think most of council agreed no penalties. Situations have really changed from March and April, where employers were just shut down completely, to the situation now where if you have COVID, you're out of work for almost 3 weeks. So if we look at the consideration, let's tackle one of these one at a time here. If you can put that slide back on there for me. Okay, so all council agreed, leave off the penalties. But I think there is some things that we need to work on, the turn-off, resume the turn-offs. I think that is something that we probably need to do. But if you look at the very bottom one, continue to work with customers, we have to rely on them to come and tell us what their situation is, so that we can work with you. Whether or not we're going to, you know, allow the payment, but something needs to be done to get their attention so that we can be working with them as far as their situation. And that will also take care of the other one there, the attempt to collect. We need to try to work with them and bring them up to date. The current bill is now due. The past bill, we need to work with you. Or based on the situation, maybe all the billing needs to be worked out with them. But we cannot continue to go at this pace. We're talking about $20,000. Now we're up to 60. We might be close to $250,000 by the end of this year. And we just cannot continue at that rate, because the rest of the citizens will have to pick up based on our budget when it comes up in October, well, before that. So we have to be proactive and put it on them to come and discuss their situation. So we agreed, we got consensus on the leave off the penalties. Is there a consensus on resume the cutoffs?
Case by case, I think.
Yeah, I think resume the cutoffs is another thing that we have consensus. But we're leaving it up to staff to do the final two, work with the customer. If we get no input from the customer, I think we'll get their attention when we cut them off, and they'll come in and we can work with them. And then like Councilmember Davis, we don't know what is pandemic, but I think we'll get that answer when we're talking to that customer. I think we have all the direction that you all need. Any comments or additional questions from staff? No, I think we got the path. Thank you. All right, we'll continue with item number 13, department's performance for 2020. The city department heads from the library, information technology, police department, fire department, EMS will provide an annual update on their department's performance for 2020. All right, we'll lead it off with the library. Floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Yulhorn, Library Director, and I'm here tonight to talk to you a little bit about how the library made operational changes and some adaptations during the year of COVID. So of course the building closed to the public in March. It was middle of March. COVID actually had really huge operational implications for us. Given that we see hundreds of thousands of people in a year, given that a lot of our customers belong to the vulnerable population groups, we have lots of large programs that attract big numbers of people that are crowded together in not so small rooms, but there's a lot of people in there. All of these things made it, they're kind of in direct opposition to COVID safety protocols. So the decision was made to go ahead and close the building to the public on March 16th. The nice thing, though, that happened around that time, or well, not happened around that time, but the nice thing about the closing is that the library was somewhat uniquely positioned to actually continue services. We have a lot of electronic resources. We have a fairly large online presence, services and things that we do. We have actually moved a lot of our things in an effort to be more efficient. A lot of our processes take place online. So we never actually shut down all of library services. The building was closed. People couldn't come into the building, but we still had library services going on from March 16th on. Between March 16th and May 3rd, staff alternated between working remotely and working in the building. We did have a skeleton crew in the building this entire time because we still had a lot of regular duties going on. People still dropped things through the book drop. Items still had to be shelved. We were issuing digital library cards. We were taking things out of the book drop. We were disinfecting. They were going onto quarantine carts. There were a lot of things still going on. Plus, we had all of our online services up and running, and they were being managed. Our public Wi-Fi was still going on. We had any number of days we had cars lined up in the front of the parking lot, just people sitting out there using our public Wi-Fi. When staff was at home working, they were working on individual projects, and they were doing a lot of individual training. Plus, professional staff was still doing all the things that they normally do, collection development, planning for the future, any other of our work that we normally do on computers, we were doing it at home. But I was toting up all of the hours, and more than 1,100 hours were spent in individual staff training and individual projects while they were at home. The rest of the time was taken up with regular library duties. During that time, we issued 841 new cards, and we renewed 698 cards between March 16th and May 3rd. And plus, we were also trying to figure out how we would get reopened. It didn't look like we were going to be able to reopen the building, so we tried to figure out a different way to get items into people's hands. And with that, we created and implemented a new curbside service for us. That began on May 4th, and we delivered items out the front door to a table where customers would pick them up, and then they were checked out already and they would take them home. Shortly after we started delivery of the items out front, we started doing remote printing. We have a remote printing service at the library, so we started doing all of our print jobs through the remote service. And in the time frame after I think we started that about 2 weeks after May 4th. So we did 400 print jobs out the front door from people using our remote printing services. And while we were doing all of that, we were planning our summer event. You guys know from practically every other thing that I've been up here to talk to you about, summer is a main event for us. We had no idea what it was going to look like. We usually are almost through planning summer in March. So they already had all of our plans for summer pretty much finalized when COVID hit. Well, we weren't going to be able to use any of those plans, so we scrapped all of them. We reworked them for online access. But we persevered, and we started on June 12th, our first ever all virtual summer program. It lasted 7 weeks. We had 267 adults and children participate in the program. We had 240 people attend our virtual programs. But by far the most popular component of the summer program was our make and take kits. It was something that crafting is a big thing it's a component of our programming and something that people really look forward to. So we decided to figure out a way to bring that to people in their homes. And so staff created from scratch, ordered all the supplies, came up with the ideas, made the kits from scratch, and they delivered 950 craft and science kits out the door through our curbside service for summer. And I will say this over and over again, the whole time we were closed, we were trying to figure out how we could reopen. So we thought we would get open again in July, but then cases spiked, so that didn't work. But we began our reopening with appointment-based services on August 4th. We had computers set up for people to come in. They came in, they can make appointments to use the computers. We also had appointments for people who wanted to renew their library cards or any of the digital library cards that we had issued while we were closed. They made appointments to come in and upgrade those to full service so they could take advantage of curbside service. We did open the building up again on October 6th. All of our regular services are available with the exception of meeting rooms, study rooms, and in-person programming. Everything else is up and running. We just don't have anything where people can gather. We have removed and stored a lot of our furniture so we can account for social distancing. EOC provided us with an infrared temperature scanner, which has been terrific. Staff doesn't have to get into anybody's bubble to take their temperature, and it works really great at the front door. We've modified our operational hours a little bit. When the building closed, we didn't need to have staff in the building 62 hours a week like we normally do, so we were working within a 40-hour week. And at first it was Monday through Friday, regular business hours, but as we got more and more involved in taking things outside to people, I got a little worried about people not being able to get to the library and pick up those things, so we changed our hours to Tuesday through Saturday, and curbside service was available from 11 to 6, Tuesday through Saturday, and we still have those hours going on. We are currently doing, like I said, in-building services, and we are continuing to do curbside services. There are still a lot of people who want to pick up items rather than come inside the building. And that's actually one of the reasons why we've kept the modified hours, because all of those hours that I would normally put towards evening and weekend, all the staff hours that we use for evening and weekend service, they're redirected to the 40 hours a week, and it's so we can run in-building services and curbside services kind of side by side. We're still doing virtual programming. I didn't mention that, but early on, beginning March 22nd, we started moving all of our programming online. And it's not the same as being in person, but we've had any number of people tell us how happy they are to see our children's programmer in person, in the flesh, or they can watch her online, and at least they feel like they're still participating at the library, because a lot of people miss the coming into the library and seeing us. I was counting up, and we've done close to 200 programs that have been recorded and posted online, and then that's in addition to, we had live stream programs during the summer, and also we've been doing some cross-posting with groups like PBS, who have been allowing us to post some of their book programs that they have. We are still doing make and take kits. It's still just as popular. I wanted to mention quarantine. because I don't think this is a well-known fact that people have heard of, but early on, CDC and library research groups did a lot of testing with the coronavirus, and they were trying to see if the materials were still holding on to the virus when from people handling it. Turns out, because we use Mylar on our covers, a lot of our materials are encased in plastic, the virus lives on those surfaces. So they recommended that we disinfect and then quarantine the items. And at first it was 72 hours. They have now lengthened that to 96 hours. They've told us we can drop the disinfection part, but basically they want materials to sit. And that created a really big labor issue for us, because that's a lot of work. We handle a lot of materials. So the other thing that it did is that when our materials check in, they're in real time. So they go through our book drop, they check in. We have automated notifications. So if you had something on hold, it goes through the book drop, you get a notification that it's ready for you. You can't do that if the item has to sit for 4 to 5 days. And it causes a lot of issues and ill will with people, because they don't look necessarily at their notification. It goes ding, oh, my book's ready. And they don't really look at what the notification says. And so people would show up to get their materials. So there was a lot of labor involved during the summer managing that. And I knew that in order to get open, we were going to have to do something different. So we worked with our vendor quite a bit the last 2 months of summer to actually create a new way to manage quarantine. And we did it by creating a virtual branch library. So when an item goes through our book drop now, it actually checks in and then immediately checks out to a virtual branch library that's hidden from the public. And it sits there until its quarantine period is up. Staff pulls the item out, check it in another place in the library, and at that point it resumes being visible to the public, and the notification process goes on. And that little detail is actually one of the things that made it easy for us to reopen. So that was, and it's been working great. And my thanks to our vendor for working with us on that. But I've actually had a couple of other people tell me that they weren't able to do that with their vendor. And I said, well, call ours, they'll help you do it. So it's great. The other thing is the bookstore and donations were both suspended during when we closed in March. But we have actually modified our bookstore arrangement. I worked with the library board to set up some carts for a pop-up book sale in the library. We started that at the beginning of December, and we actually have generated some funds. They made about $400 in December just selling off the carts. Because donations also have to quarantine, we didn't really have a place to put them given the number of donations that we usually get. We suspended that for a while, but now we've worked out a system with the library board. We've made the bookstore into sort of a quarantine area for donations. And they come in and they accept donations at a specified time during the week. They sit in quarantine and they come back 5 days later and they process the donations. So now we've started that process up again where we can start doing donations again. And that's been great. It's worked out really well. Oh, talk, sorry. Plus all this other stuff, we had lots of projects going on. Staff projects were going on in the library. We'd use some of our donations to add to our story walk, which is outside on the playscape. Staff carried out some HOA visits during the summer. We went to Laura Heights, we went to Homestead, we went to Crossvine. We did also have one scheduled for Pecan Grove, but they canceled because that was in July. We've done a few projects with Parks and Rec. We've had some major partnership projects go on. We worked with Educational Service Center 20 on a high-speed fiber project. That is complete. The library is connected to blazing speeds. We worked with Bibliotech Library with hotspots, distributing those to our customers. We've got a kiosk project with Workforce Solutions going on. Not quite completed, but we're getting there. I do want to take a minute to say our big project was Texas State Library CARES grant. Some of the CARES grant funds that went to each state was funneled to the state libraries to in turn go to public libraries for COVID-related projects. This opened up, it's a competitive grant program. It opened up in May. We put our heads together, thought about what we wanted to help us get open and help us with COVID. You could apply for up to $25,000. Our projects came to $24,702. In July, we found out that they accepted all of our projects and they funded us fully. We were one of 32 libraries to actually get that. So we were ecstatic. We're in the middle of completing this right now. So we have 3 new online services. We have funds for additional ebooks, and we've purchased equipment to help with virtual programming and also to provide no contact service with customers in the library.
Okay, thank you. Before we get our next presenter, is there any questions concerning the library department? No? Then we'll move on to information technology. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that presentation.
I won't be quite as lengthy here. We'll try and make this nice and short and sweet. I am Miles Clauser. I'm the IT director for the city of Schertz. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to visit with you all. So to sum up 2020 for the IT department basically boils down to COVID and then everything else. And what that meant to us was we literally had to, you've heard talk about setting up remote people to work from home, being able to extend technologies out, increase our technology footprints. IT was involved in one way or another in making all that happen. That required a tremendous amount of time and effort from the IT department and cooperation from the city. We broke a lot of new ground that we've never done before. We've never had 85 to 90 people working from home simultaneously. We never had that infrastructure. We had to build it in. We did it all in about 3 weeks' time. So it was a major achievement for us to get that done. But it's also an ongoing situation. We are constantly moving forward with new technologies, building a better infrastructure so that we can continue to support people who need to work remotely. The other big projects that we worked on this year, we just got finished with phase 1 of the access control system. We've upgraded all the back end now. That was completed about a week ago, and we'll be doing training over the next couple of weeks. We've been working with the police department on upgrading their law enforcement program, their law enforcement RMS. That has been ongoing now for several years, but it required a tremendous amount of asset time for us. We finished up the phone system. We bought the phone system 2 years ago, and now we finished up getting all of that deployed, getting all the kinks worked out of it, which was in itself a major project. And then cybersecurity really took a lot of our time and effort and continues to. We had a state mandate for last year that all of our, as you know, everybody had to take training and go through the cybersecurity training. That was a mandate from the state. We literally had about 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks to make that happen, and we did all that at the same time while we were also issuing out equipment for people working from home. Quite a bit of project time for the IT staff, but my team came through. They performed magnificently. They really did the job that needed to be done and continue to do so, even in spite of all the obstacles that we've had. We've had people out with illness, people who were tested positive for COVID. We've had 2 people fall out. One of them finally passed away in October. So it's been a very stressful year for IT. But we feel like we've done our jobs. We did what we were supposed to do. We kept the city operational. We didn't have any major disruptions in service. So far, we haven't been hit too hard in cybersecurity, but I don't want to exactly test that theory too deeply. But that pretty much sums up the IT department. We've done a lot of work. We're very proud of the work that we've done, and we will continue to do so. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Miles. Questions, Council?
I would just say, he's our unsung hero. These folks are thousands of hours doing what he just described, and none of what we do would be possible except for these folks who do it every day. They don't necessarily get a lot of visibility, but Miles, thanks for seeing us through.
Yeah, thank you, Miles. Yeah, you're right. There was a lot of challenges, like you said. I mean, even getting our iPads so that we can have our virtual meetings.
It worked, though. That's a good part.
It works. Hey, I had a suit on top and pajamas at the bottom, so yeah.
That's all that we care about, sir. As long as
That's it. It's what you see, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll continue with the police department. Chief Hansen.
Mayor and council, good evening. Certainly aware that the police department has been in the forefront of many of the recent council meetings due to our November incident. And I just wanted to assure everyone that does not define the police department. The men and women of your police department are dedicated public servants. The overwhelming support that we receive from the community is testament to the work and the ethics and the service regularly displayed by the members of this department. The constant show of support by city staff, city management, and certainly this body has been a welcome blessing in these trying times, and we thank you for that. This is the current organizational chart for the police department. This went into effect in October when we were finally, since 2014, able to fill our command staff positions, finally returning the captain's position. Staffing remains a top priority for the police department. This is our working personnel board. At the beginning of 2020, we had 20 openings, over 20 openings, 10 of which were police officers. With the current national environment, there's far fewer people wanting to get into this profession, and that creates a much smaller pool of applicants. Everybody is short personnel. We always have to be able to offer more than our neighboring agencies to be able to fill these positions. As we got into the year, we were able to start filling these positions, and at the end of December, we only had 3 full-time positions still open, 2 of which were police officers, and we have 2 names currently on the list, so it was very promising for us. This is the authorized strength of certified positions, and again, at the end of December, we had 63 of these 65 positions filled. Likewise, this is the civilian staff. We only had, we only had 1 position, full-time position open. There were several part-time positions that were still open. So as we get into the COVID slides, you'll notice that all of these are affected in some way by the challenges that we dealt with and continue to deal with. This is calls for service for last year. You'll notice the dip right there as COVID started. It was short-lived, unfortunately. But even with that, we ended up with more calls for service than the previous years. 911 calls, and this includes police, fire, and EMS, as well as police and fire for Civil-O. Likewise, we had that slight drop, didn't last long, and again, we ended up with more 911 calls than previous years. Our record section, likewise, there was a little dip in the numbers of alarm permits and open records requests. In operations, there was a slight drop in the numbers of cases assigned, cases cleared. Normally we run into the 90 percentile on cases cleared, but thanks to the numbers of officers we hired, we were able to backfill some of the open positions, and there's 2 additional investigators now, or detectives in investigations. So hopefully that will help that number come back. The numbers of citations and arrests and reports are down, but that's by design. We tried to do things that would limit the interaction with our clientele with as much as we could. And the best demonstration of that is average time on calls. This is a number that typically rises year from year as demands on the officers. There's always a new legislation or a new order from a district or county attorney's office that requires just a little bit more time, a little bit more effort, a little bit more paperwork and documentation. Well, some of the procedures that we put in place reduced the amount of time the officers had to spend at a call In fact, a lot of these calls can now be handled by phone or email or online. Code enforcement and environmental health. Unfortunately, we lost some businesses over the year, and that reduced some of the time that they spent on their calls. Most of the complaints received were COVID-related as well, so they would go out and answer those. Animal Services did a very good job on staying on top of their numbers. They put some procedures in place this year. They created more partnerships with foster groups. We finally have chip readers in all of the animal control officers' vehicles. They're actually able to check for the chip while they're out on the call, which expedites the return of pets to their owners. And they became much more aggressive on their social media. You may have noticed those, that they're almost daily now. There's pictures of animals that are coming in, and that has also helped to find those owners. Another demonstration, another demonstration, oh, that's just great. No. I'll just have to start over. There we go. Another demonstration of what they were able to do in the shelter came at the end of the year when the state came in and did a surprise inspection. All of their inspections are done that way. They're unannounced. This was during the holiday season, so there was preparations for that going on. The inspector came in, gave the shelter, not only did he give them a perfect score, but his comment before he left was, usually I can find something wrong, something that we can have a conversation about, but I can't here. So that's a huge benefit for us. We've got Lieutenant Habadier now that's over the shelter. She actually has shelter experience in a previous life, so she's able to come in and did some wonderful things in there. Community service, there was a year's worth of programs and events and meetings that were canceled, so she still managed to stay busy. The special events that you see there consist of things such as the citizen police academies. We still had one adult and one junior academy. There were community safety presentations, Coffee with Cop, child seat checks, and the Blue Santa program. Something that was new this year that we hadn't done before were the community parades. So we had a host of those for birthdays and graduation, and that was something we hadn't done before. We're certainly excited to be a part of those. And then getting into our future opportunities, obviously we're going to continue to meet COVID's challenges and continue to provide the best service that we can. Staffing is always going to be an issue for us. It's always going to be a challenge. A lot of the recruiting programs have been canceled, so it's difficult sometimes to do that. We have a recruiting team now of 2 highly motivated young officers that can't wait to go out and visit some of the academies, and they have proved to be exciting for us and have brought in some personnel, so hopefully they'll be able to continue to do that. Technology, something that Miles talked about, the records management system. This was supposed to go live about 3 years ago. It's a partnership with Bexar County, and they've struggled. They never had a records management system before, so it took them quite a while to get it going. We're finally online with them now, and we hope to be live next month. They're in the training process now, so we're excited to see that come. That's going to do a lot of good things for us right off the bat. The biggest thing that I'm excited about is the ability to do reports in their vehicles. That's 1980 technology that we don't have. So it's going to be nice to have that and put that to use. Simple things like the statistics that you saw tonight in our current system took us days to prepare. It'll take minutes to do that with the new system. And that's just a few of the things that this is going to be able to do for us. So obviously, we're excited. The other thing is we're putting out a police department app, Schertz Police Department app. We hope that that will be live about spring this year. So that'll be another way to share and gather information. People will be able to pull up the app and report things such as a street light out or a sign down, as well as suspicious activity, other crime-related issues like that. There'll be links to the interactive map on our website and such. The facility, that's a long-term goal that I know that has been discussed from time to time. The building is our current building was outgrown the day that they moved into it. That's how government usually works. The study that was done a couple of years ago suggested a 90,000 square foot building. We're at less than 20,000 now, so you can see how that's a huge change for us. We have turned closets into offices and cells into storage and hallways into report writing areas, and we took over another building that has been a source of conversation, and we will eventually have to vacate that at some point. So yes, that is something that's on the radar. It will be expensive, as we know. A 24/7 building is a little more costly than a regular office building, and the fact that it's a police facility as well creates security and hardening issues as well. And finally, there's the Texas Police Chiefs Association Best Practices Program. This is something we've been working to for a number of years. It is a program that is done by the association. It helps departments standardize policies and practices and facilities and equipment and meet the best practices. Recognition in this program is a very high honor. We've been working off and on the policies for a number of years because that's the largest portion of this. Now that we're fully staffed in the command staff, our assistant chief is working almost full-time on that. So we're hoping that we can finally make some strong ground here. He's already turned out a number of these policies just in the last few weeks. We expect to be substantially completed with the policies by the end of this calendar year. Can make our application to the association at that point, and by sometime next year obtain that recognized status.
All right, thank you, Chief. Council, okay, Michael, Councilmember Dalla.
Chief, a question on the time on calls. Do you know how that kind of compares to the other cities around us?
I don't have that information.
I'm just kind of curious on that. I mean, seeing it go down is always good because you can respond to more calls that way. And from your comments, I certainly am looking forward to being able to download that app. And then finally, notwithstanding all the stuff that's been happening across the nation and even the local event, I've been a strong supporter of the police department. I've been a strong supporter of what you guys are doing. And my support for the department has not wavered one iota, and I don't see anything changing in that you guys step up to the plate, you treat everybody right, and you make this a great city to live. And thank you for your service and to all the other officers that are working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. That means a lot to us all.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Very well spoken. Thank you, Councilman Dalla. Thank you for protecting us and keeping us safe. And thank you, and God bless you. And the department, everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayward.
I'm just going to concur on what Councilman Dollar said. Support for the police department, always there. You guys do a great job, and continue to keep going.
Thank you.
Chief, nothing's more important to any family than the safety of them and their family. We appreciate everything that you have done, provided a lot of stability in our city. thank you and your staff. And like they said, we all support you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Echo my support, Chief, to you and your department. Appreciate all the great service that you do, and you have outstanding officers, and you're getting better. I mean, you're trying to continue to professionalize the department, and I really applaud you for that. And we'll stand behind you.
Right. All right, next presentation is our fire department. Chief Long.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Cade Long, Fire Chief. Just wanted to, again, with us, kind of a strange year, a lot going on with COVID, and so that kind of affected our operations and our department as well. Just to kind of give you a quick overview of ours, we got 46 total positions in the fire department. 44 of those are sworn or uniform positions out of 3 fire stations. Our minimum staffing a day is 11 personnel. In our community risk reduction department, we've got our division, fire marshal and deputy fire marshal. Of course, training, we've got an administrative assistant who also helps on the emergency management team. Of course, our newest hire, emergency management coordinator, who's doing a fabulous job for us so far, with everything going on with the COVID response and setting everything up has been a great asset. Of course, assistant fire chief, and then my position. Moving on, just kind of go real quick over the divisions, our operation. Our operation division participates, our Station 3 participates in a hazmat team, a regional hazmat team with pretty much everyone around us. They also go out and do pre-plans of businesses around the community and look for what kind of target hazards are in those businesses. CISO rescue team is all of the neighboring departments around us as well that specialize in high-angle rescue, low-angle rescue, different types of, each department kind of splits up into a different specialty, and then everybody's got equipment for that. Of course, TIFMAS is truly the all hazards Texas helping Texans mutual aid system that is set up in Texas during times of disasters, but also widely known as wildfires as well. And then Texas Task Force 1, we have some firefighters that participate in that mainly is boat rescue, swiftwater rescue items that they participate in with that. And then, of course, our admin and training division. Then we've got a fire prevention division and now emergency management, and we list there kind of all the different departments that participate in our emergency management team. Incidents, so you can see again, like some of the others have shown, our dip. You can kind of see there February, March, April timeframe there where we kind of dipped and then shot back up with the spike in July and then kind of leveled off, and then now you can see the spike again, but 4,033 fire calls throughout the year. We're seeing an average increase of about 300 to 400 calls a year is kind of what we're seeing over our incidents. Got the response times here, so since we've opened Station 3, that's going to come down a little bit. We was kind of hovering around 7 minutes or a little over, so it's come down a little bit. The 90th percentile is something that we pay a lot of attention to. That's, you want to be down closer to 5 minutes on that 90th percentile. And so that's something, as you open more stations, those numbers will continue to go down there in that range. Looking ahead, our Quint is next up for replacement. We keep them for 10 years and then they go to a reserve status for 5 years after that. So the Quint was purchased in 2013, and so it'll be coming up next for replacement. And then, of course, our industrial park needs closer fire protection, so that would be the plan where Station 4 would go. And then, of course, the staff and equipment for that. And then I've got some maps here at the end to kind of show you kind of a guesstimate of future station locations that we would show. And so we continue to kind of look for land acquisitions in those areas to be prepared for the future for growth. And then this here just kind of shows where our 3 stations are now, but this also shows kind of Station 4 would go there in the industrial park. Station 5 would go further up by Homestead or further north up on that area. Station 6 kind of back down on I-10 in Graytown area. So that's just kind of taking it out for the next 20 plus years, just kind of looking at how the growth occurs around the area. And of course our shape and size kind of makes that a challenge for us to build out stations because we've got growth going kind of at both ends at the same time. And then this just kind of represents kind of a 5-minute response area around those stations and how they would build out, and of course Cibelo's on here as well. And then this just kind of ends real quick, just kind of showing our current heat map for 2020, kind of where the most calls are and the hot spots around the area are. So of course the core is still, you know, that Schertz Parkway corridor. And then some community involvement, again, extremely proud of our firefighters this year. They come up with some new activities, a very challenging year, but community contact. So this is from PR events. It could be at a grocery store and kids want to come see the fire truck at the grocery store. This is going to schools, daycares. This is kind of all encompassing of our firefighters getting out in the community and interacting with the citizens. Fire inspections kind of shows 460 of those done for the year, 310 fire pre-plans. Our training hours, again, like Chief Hansen mentioned, never have done the community parades before, but had to react to the COVID situation with something new, and so that was just something that kind of all of us jumped into here together. And anytime somebody requested it, we always let the other ones know, and so it was always kind of all of us going out and doing that. And so it's a neat event that we really got to do for kids this year that were unable to have birthday parties and things like that. So it gave us a neat way to get out in the community and provide a little cheer on some of those days for the kids. A new platform was placed in service in November 2020 at Station 2, so proud to get that going and providing protection for that area. Smoke detector installs is something that we do year-round. Just going into homes, people call. We keep a spreadsheet of people that need smoke detectors. We got a great partnership with the Red Cross that brings those out to us, drops a box off with us, and then we go out and install those in homes pretty much monthly. Of course, most of you have seen our 56 fire engine with our battalion chief, Kirk Timke, leading that restoration project, got it restored, and finally got to be in a parade this year, so we was excited about that and had a great time with that. Fire prevention, again, one of the things, just very proud of our firefighters for jumping in. We again had the discussion about we call October Fire Prevention Month, so we don't call it Fire Prevention Week. We call it Fire Prevention Month, and so we're always in the schools pretty much all of October. Was unable to do that this last year, So some of our firefighters got together and come up with the video, so Public Affairs helped record fire prevention messages like we would typically deliver out at the schools, and the firefighters read some books and did different age-appropriate level fire prevention activities that we recorded videos with, and then provided those to the school district that played them in the classroom. So we still found a way to get in there, so I'm super proud of our personnel for coming up with those ideas like that and really trying to continue that fire prevention education for the kids. And then, of course, our deployments, we've went on about 6 deployments in 2020. West Texas wildfires, we went on about 3 of those. We went on 1, Task Force 1, Swiftwater deployment whenever the hurricane started moving this way. And then we went to California twice, or on 2 different deployments that, lasted from August 20-something to about October 15th, that we were rotating crews out to California for the wildfires, and was actually in 2 different parts of the state with our crews out there on that. So a lot of community involvement, a lot of state involvement for our crews. We do a lot all over whenever somebody needs help.
All right, thank you, Chief. Council, any comments, questions? Chief, I just want to pass along our gratitude for everything that you've done. I know at the beginning of the year when COVID started, you were a busy man. Thanks, for Ms. Hall she's been excellent. And also the fire department. I mean, the deployments. You take care of our city, but then you also had deployments. I mean, that's kudos to everything that you all have done. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I'd just like to add, Mayor, that, that when I think of our fire department, I think of leading edge. And whether it's hazmat, I mean, we're one of the major hazmat responders in the area, whether it's deployments, the COVID response. I mean, nobody came down and told Chief that, hey, you need to make yourself a place to give vaccines. They did that. They took the initiative. They were the ones that led out on that. They didn't even ask me. All of a sudden, they came in one day and said, hey, we've been approved to give vaccines. And I'm like, okay. So great job, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. All right, we'll move on to emergency medical services. Mr. Maverick?
Can't leave until I'm done. I like this. I wish I could have one slide. I really wish. Miles did great. But I did have to actually put the COVID virus on there. So my name is Jason Babbitt. I'm the EMS director. The COVID obviously has affected everybody, and just imagine being a paramedic in an ambulance where, yeah, we have to wear masks, but we're also wearing gloves and a gown that doesn't breathe and eye protection. And we're usually with the patient for about an hour, and they're usually highly contagious, coughing, sneezing. So that's what we've been dealing with for the last year. We are now considered, pretty proud of this, a medium-sized EMS agency, if you look at the ambulance world. So, and that's by ambulances, so we have 10 ambulances. So we are now considered a medium-sized EMS service. We are authorized 70 personnel. We are divided into 3 different divisions, administration, office, and then, of course, the majority is field personnel. You can see here, even though we're approved for 70, we have 60 positions where we have 10 openings right now. 4 of those openings were approved by council for this year, and we are actively working on filling those. As council knows, we don't just cover Schertz, this blue area, which is a great shape here. We cover this orange boundary here that goes 220 square miles. And we have 8 cities and then 1 ESD up here in the Garden Ridge area. We have 4 of these ambulances on for 24 hours at a time, and then 2 of them are peak hour trucks. So our busiest time of the day is from, you can imagine, 8 a.m. till about 10 p.m. So this truck in Cibolo and the truck in Live Oak are both peak hour trucks, so they work 12 hours. If you do a heat map, we usually put ambulances where the calls are, so we do a pretty good job, obviously where the heat is, and that's where the ambulances are. That's what that looks like. We did see a pretty good decrease in calls, just like the police department and the fire department last year. This is by fiscal year all the way back to fiscal year 04. Usually so we have a pretty good increase. The blue line is calls for service, and then this red line is if we transport the patient. And we transport about 60% of the time. You can see last year we actually had a decrease in overall calls and transports. And you can guess why? With COVID. People just didn't want to go to the hospital. We had a pretty good dip in April and May. In April, we saw a 19% decrease in call volume compared to last year. May was a 15% decrease in call volume. And unfortunately, we did see an increase in cardiac arrest. We have started to level off on our calls, though. We did hit over 10,000 calls for last year as well. Even though we did see a decrease in calls, we did finish off financially as expected with ambulance revenue. We finished in the positive overall for our budget, and that was part of grants that we applied for. We got over $90,000 in grants because of our April and May decrease in calls. Our response times are right on target, about 8.5 minutes on average. How we work is, we work obviously well with our 8 fire departments. The idea is they get there within 4, 5, 6 minutes, and then we come in 8 to 9 minutes. They can stabilize the patient. We come in and provide ALS and then transport. And it works pretty well. Another highlight for 2020 was the Guadalupe County contract, which we've had for a long time, 20 plus years. They did go out for RFP, but we did win that. We went for bid for that, and we won that award. We do separate the county. We cover a big portion of the western portion here. Then we contract San Marcos, Seguin, Luling, and now Wilson County to cover the rest. It's a 9-year contract, and ours is about it's just over $500,000 a year for our portion. So it's a good contract. Ambulances, we've always had fun trying to replace our ambulances. This year was no different. The ambulance that we just put in service, here's 282, it's got 1,200 miles on it. That was supposed to be here last May, and then we were supposed to already have a new one coming in January. But because of COVID, it affected, of course, assembly lines, you know, if you have a worker that's out. So they're telling us it's going to take 12 to 13 months to build an ambulance now, where it normally would take 6 to 7 months. So we're having to kind of adjust our ambulance replacement program. Operations-wise, we did slow down a little bit with our standby services for our football games. We cover all of the SAUC games for high school and JV, but we also cover Marion. We also cover Randolph School District as well. And then people like us so much, we actually covered New Braunfels last year when they requested us, and then Cole High School also requested us, and we cover for them as well. SWAT medics, we have 5 SWAT medics that provide support for Schertz Police Department and Guadalupe County Sheriff's Department. Just like the fire department, we have a couple members on Texas Task Force 1, and of course this AMBUS that you see we've had for about 8 years. It's one of 14 here in Texas. It's been on every major event in Texas, to include the West explosion, the Sutherland Springs shooting. It was there as well. It was deployed 2 times, or it was twice last year for the hurricanes that hit the eastern portion of Texas. Our whole blood program that we started last year was pretty impressive. There's 1% of ambulances in this country that carry whole blood. We're one of them from a regional approach. We gave it 25 times to patients over the last 15 months. So pretty impressive with that whole blood program that we're doing. For the third year in a row, we did win the American Heart Association 2020 Mission Lifeline for Gold Plus. Gold Plus is the highest award that you can win by AHA. The reason why we won that is because you have to have a certain number of calls that we identify with people having a heart attack. With our medics do that with our heart monitors. We have to have scene times under a certain minutes. It's under 12 minutes, and then we have to activate the cath lab, and then we have to have good response times as well. We did meet all those goals, and we were able to get Gold Plus again for this is the third year in a row. We're huge into community involvement with our public CPR classes. We taught over 1,500 people with CPR, even with COVID. We still did our EMT program. We have a prescription medication take-back program. Our Sharps container exchange program works very well as well. We checked over 50 car seats. We have over 300 AEDs in the community as well that we monitor. We provided flu shots to the community. Those were free flu shot clinics here in our community in Marion. Our blood donations, we do quarterly blood donations here in the city. And we didn't get a lot of our EMS Week events done. We usually visit all the schools and talk to the kids, but because of COVID, we obviously couldn't do that last year. Our MIH program is still successful. And then, of course, Cade and I talked, I guess it was probably October, about applying to be vaccinators through DSHS. And of course, they approved us. If you were to ask me again if if we had it over to do it over again, would we do it and do the application? And I would absolutely do it again. So I think it's been a good thing. But I will tell you that I don't think we could have done last week and then the 2 weeks before that without Summer Hall. So she just did a fabulous job. And that's all I have.
All right. Council, questions, comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Scott.
Y'all do such a fantastic job. I'm so proud of our emergency services. Congratulations. I'm sorry I didn't speak up whenever you were up here. The fire department, man, you're a powerhouse. And Mabit, oh my gosh, you did it. You got the Guadalupe contract. I think, again, you're one of our premier departments, in my opinion, who's bringing in revenue and making money for us. Thank you, by the way. Congratulations on your Gold Plus award. That was very well deserved. I'm so proud of y'all. Y'all just rock it out of the park. A personal note, I didn't do this to talk about my life or myself. My husband, I just thought of it this second, had to be transported by Schertz ambulance. Y'all were fantastic, and y'all were just superb. And the young men had caught the COVID they're in a high-risk situation. So the people he had talked to who were transporting were sharing some of their life experience. I think that's very risky when you're willing to go out there and face danger, and then you're exposed to this kind of thing. I mean, man, hats off to you guys. I'm so proud of you. I really am. Congratulations.
Yeah, I just want to pass along our kudos also. Not only are you operating in the black, the fact that you're saving lives, that is the most important thing. Heck with money, right? Another thing is that your proactive approach with you and Chief Long to get the vaccine here, kudos. I mean, it just shows exactly what type of city we are. We're out there, we're go-getters, and like I told the governor, give us 10,000, we'll vaccinate. Just send it down here.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, Jason, just fantastic job. Another leading edge department. Who's not proud when we see our ambulances, all over the community? That gives me a real sense of pride, and y'all are well deserved that. Just as an aside, they actually had to treat me once this year, and they convinced me to go to the hospital, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. But the paramedic said, he stayed with me, and he said, you've got to go. So kudos.
Thank you, sir.
Anything for a ride, huh?
With lights and sirens, right? Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll continue with a roll call confirmation. Our City Secretary, Brenda Dennis, will provide a roll call confirmation for consent agenda items 1 through 5, discussion items 6, 7, and 8, and our workshop number 9. Ms. Dennis?
Yes, Mayor and Council. Consent agenda items 1 through 5. Motion was made by Councilmember Whitaker, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed. Item number 6, ordinance number 21A04 on first reading, with noted the change from Emily. Motion was made by Councilmember Dalla, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed. Item number 7, ordinance number 21S03 on first reading. Motion was made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed. Item number 8, resolution number 21R06. Motion was made by Councilmember Dalla, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed. Item number 9, which was a workshop. Motion was made by Councilmember Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Davis, to appoint Jill Whitaker as his next Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem Scott voted yes. Councilmembers Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown also voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. All right, we'll have one more item, our closed session, item number 14. Our city council will meet in closed session under section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code, Personal Matters, to conduct an annual evaluation of our city manager, Dr. Brown. The time is now 9:12. We will reconvene after our discussion. Okay, the time is now 10:57. We reconvene into our regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session in reference to our city manager, Dr. Brown, and his evaluation. Council, is there a motion for consideration?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to continue to retain Dr. Brown as our Schertz city manager and offer him a pay increase of $3,500 effective on the next pay cycle.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Scott, second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? Let's go ahead and take a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
We have 7 ayes, no objections. Dr. Brown, thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that you do, and we appreciate it. Okay. We'll go ahead and continue with a roll call confirmation. Our City Secretary, Brenda Dennis, will provide us a roll call confirmation on the agenda item 14A.
Yes, item number 14A, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Scott, seconded by Councilmember Hayward. The motion was to continue to retain Dr. Brown as the Schertz city manager and offer a pay increase of $3,500 effective on the next pay cycle. Mayor Pro Tem Scott, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dallas, Scagliola, Hayward, Brown voted yes. No one voted no. Motion passed.
Thank you, Ms. Dennis. All right, we'll continue with the requests and announcements. Announcements by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
I want to thank the public affairs staff for the great work they did during the vaccine clinic and trying to get more information out on the website, trying to make that more robust. And also, they did a good job having to work with their customers to reshuffle everything because we want to have the clinic available, or the Civic Center available in February and March. So just kudos to them for their great work. And they've done a great job with that, so I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brown. Okay, Council, is there any updates or information requested from our staff? Okay, Council, is there any items that you'd like to place on a future agenda item? If none, okay. Announcements by our council members. Mayor Pro Tem Scott?
None at this time.
Councilmember Davis?
Nothing, sir.
Councilmember Whitaker?
No, sir.
Councilmember Dalla?
Just attended a couple events, the Chamber Luncheon last week, and then the Mixer a couple nights later with the grand opening of Schertz Auto on 1103.
Councilmember Scagliola?
Same here. It's nice to have our chamber so active.
Okay, Councilmember Hayward?
The COVID vaccine clinic, and that is it.
Councilmember Brown?
Nothing right now.
Okay. I also like to pass along our gratitude to our public affairs and also our customers. We realize that we put you in the situation, but we also have to determine that the vaccine has to be our priority. And thank you everyone for your patience and understanding. It is now 11:01. We stand adjourned.